Right, that's taking a little longer than usual, and boom, big bird. Yay! Hi Neo! You're ashamed at how fast you open Twitch. Not fast enough. Right, we have a new model. Guess what, Neo? It's yours. So, you want to Neo. The very first file. Pop this in. Right, okay. So today, what are we doing today? We are modeling Neo, which is, or at least start of it. So I'm going to use my base mesh because a lot of the stuff fits in nicely with the mesh I've already got. But I'm going to make some adjustments, and it's going to be quite useful for me to make these adjustments to this base rig while I'm talking to, while I'm showing you all. Hello, Diana Slippers. we're going to show you those adjustments to the base rig, and I'll explain why my old rig and my old mesh wasn't that good and where it's been improved. Now, Cade's actually made in the old rig, so there's actually a few issues with this exact model I'm using now. But they'll be useful for us to see. Because I've showed my base rig quite a few times, I think, on stream. But I've never actually explained a bit behind what it actually does. And for this bit here. So, one thing I am going to do. Slice these off. Don't actually want them anymore because they're not good. Copy you. Paste you. You. Delete. Wait. So I noticed a few problems with these hands, I think. One thing I want to do. Go back here. Input image reference. We in Neo? There we are. So what I want. It's not as intense in the background there. I'll do. Doesn't have to be perfect, so we've got a forefinger. So that's in the air pause, which looks like it's going to right there. You can kind of see, okay. So air pause is what I used to model in. Again, Cade here is actually modeled in air pause. But the one thing I found difficult, especially because we've only got limited bones that we can use in VR chat, was whenever the arms are lifted up quite high, it causes a lot of squishing. Like, you can kind of see it there.
Nice one, my furry
Hello,
friend.
Total Corruption. I'm Cade. I'm a 3D artist, mostly work in Blender and furry avatars. And yeah, thank you for following. Hope if you have any questions about 3D, feel free to ask. Otherwise, hope you're having a lovely day. Yeah, big ref. A good ref. This is like as much information as I ever need. Not one of these that needs a reference to actually do the 3D model, because I do it in my style, so I kind of know what I want to do with it. But yeah, really good ref. Face head. How sad that is. You can see like it's yeah. But yeah, so we've got this, like I say here, and one problem is all of this kind of twisting around here, and how this loop and this loop don't really meld well, which it leads a load of issues to this shoulder up here, which means that when this arm raises up, this topology all here really starts to crumple in on itself. I mean, we can kind of show that roughly. If I grab this, let's say this is our arm, and our shoulder bone kind of sits around there, right? I now grab the 3D cursor, and let's grab a bit of the soft flesh. I'll grab a little too much down at the bottom. So our shoulder's kind of doing that. Ignore the torso bit down at the bottom. But all of this topology up here starts to crunch. And that is what kind of leads to what I kind of term, I don't know if it's the official term, but I kind of term it as shoulder pinching, where you can kind of see it there. It's more apparent on a VR model because VC Face actually uses the shoulder bones. VR chat just decides, my IK doesn't need it. I don't have shoulders. I just have arms. I just have hands. Like, I don't know. I don't like the VR chat thing for that. You can also see here, like, the topology doesn't really move too well. And again, this is an old model. This is an old base model now. So what I've been doing is unceremoniously deleting that. And then deleting all these. These are no longer. And this is the perhaps one downside with the way I model overall. The model needs to have good topology right from the start. The actual shape and form of it doesn't really matter at the first part. The main thing that matters is that I've got the topology there to move around and play with. So right now, my focus is not to get the shapes all right. It's to actually just make sure that the topology is all flowing and everything's working. And then everything else from there will be pulled, squashed, stretched, finangled around until we have a boy. And this sad-looking thing here will eventually become that. Oh, far the eyes are forward. I really need to properly redo the whole base. Right. So now I believe I want to do one of them. Solve that edge. But I want to get rid of these. Those edges need to go because we don't have the detail down here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put this onto the neck. So how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to pull this one off. That then allows me to dissolve this edge. I'm going to pull this one off. And then this allows me to dissolve this edge. Great. So now we've got those edges, but now we've got these extra vertices here. Found one thing that makes it's easy to make. It is, yeah. See that you can do. You get there's benefits and advantages to either way, really. But personally, for game engines, I'm finding that T-Paws overall looks a lot better. When I was playing around with JT's model in the last one, I did like the shoulders just pretty much worked right off the bat. With Cade, I think even recently when I was porting him only the other few days ago, it was still, I was better at it because I understood the topology I was working with now, but it was really quite difficult to work with. Generally, I don't like it anymore. Right, so what I've done there, I dissolved that edge there, dissolved that edge after ripping these edges off here. Now if I pull this edge back, I can now fill in a quad there, fill in a quad there. We've now reduced that scale. Now the shape is awful. Again, we're not too bothered about shape right. In fact, I might pull this further up. I think on an older model I can pull it. Oh, actually, yeah. I don't like that at all, actually. Talking a lot here, but I'm probably going to have to... Let's pop them back now. Wait a sec. Am I making this? Am I overcomplicating this? I think I am. And I'm going to grab this. Yes, I understand these are 5 faces, but I just want to see some. Yeah, just simply a subdivide. Okay. Not on the bottom. Feels like we're missing one edge coming down. Should I just do this from the start? Is this model? Oh. I think. Is there an option? Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Where do we find that again? That's in practice. That's a good point, though. Sure. Press. And add on screencast. Ah! Wait, no, screencast must be built in at this point, right? That's a really old post. I might actually start this one from scratch because I feel like my base mesh. I feel like this base mesh has outlived its usefulness. While there's certain bits that I'm probably still going to keep, like the legs, for example. I just feel like this torso area and how it connects to the head and the neck, and the head in general. Generally, I feel like I've outgrown that shape. I want to get them a bit more circular and such, so we might actually be making it a entirely new base model. Open Blender Preferences. Install screencast. Oh, do I have to download it? No, sure. Really? Oh, I do actually have to download it. Okay. Downloads. Right there. Yeah. Tell you what, let's actually start a new thing. File. Import. No, that's a schema. Add-on pack. So download screencast. Right. Up and install that. Ah. Screencast. There we go. There we are. You can see it down there now. Okay, but I want that to be a bit bigger. Right. Okay, so there you go. You can kind of see that down there now. Sorry about the slight delay, but yeah, there you are. You can now hopefully see what I'm actually pressing while I'm doing it. I don't know if it matters or not. This chat and stream isn't like it normally is. But in what way? Like if it isn't, I might be like say a little slower today because we're going. Bring back in the cube. Not up there. Ooh. As per the usual, slice it in half. Add a mirror modifier. Brain. My brain, I'm just completely out of it. There we go. Clipping. Whoop. So what clipping does is it literally just stops the model from pulling apart like that. If I have it clipping, it literally, I can try and move it left and right. I won't. I can obviously move this bit left and right, but anything in the center, nope, it's not moving at all. This, as I usually say, is the most reliable method for mirroring within Blender. There are other methods, but you don't want to use them. Try and use this one as long as we can. To be honest, I want to grab this image, plop it in. We're actually going to want to follow that a little bit. Although we are also going to be just doing a bit of artistic stuff. Well, this will be a good little stream, this one, actually, given that this is probably going to be me showing the entire process of a model. And I've already broken this one. I've already broken the cube. No. Right. Okay. So. What I'm doing there, origin points down at the bottom of the base of the model. I'm moving this up, and I generally model from the torso and then model upwards and downwards, kind of respectively. On the side, I kind of go off wall. Yeah. Down. First bit we want for the pecs. So first separate a bit off. This bit apart. There. And this bit and this bit. Kind of want to pull it. Oh no! Ah! Damn it! It's too slow. Grab use. Put it in. Use in. Pull that bit out. This whole section wants to come back because the whole spine will be a bit further back. But it'll be fine. Oh, that's a long foot. There we go. Yeah, it's gonna be so nice to actually have a. I feel like I've just been using that base mesh just a little too long. So it's gonna be quite nice to actually have a fresh one. And what you'll notice is while I'm modeling this, I'm actually trying. So, I've explained this a few times, but I've never really went into detail of what it is. What I'm trying to do. Hello, bread pie. What I'm trying to do. And hello, Euro little Calyx. Nice to see you. So what I'm trying to do, you'll notice there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vertexes on each loop around this model. Technically, there's 8, because obviously you've got 6, 7, and 8 there. With 8 vertexes, I'm going to grab another bit. Because again, I want to go through this. I'm going to go through this a bit slowly, not as a tutorial on how to do this, but explaining the methods that I use to create a decent base mesh. So, I mean, this kind of works as a rundown for the tutorial that I'm actually planning on doing, doesn't it? So, for example, we've got a cube there, right? We've got a square. This square reads purely as a square, right? There's no way that anyone can see this as a circle. Now, we can add a little bit there and a little bit there. And that will start to recognize as a circle. But nothing is quite as good as that. I mean, obviously this isn't perfect, this is a demonstration. But you get the idea. How we can actually have what looks like and what will read as a cylinder in a 3D space. You can try and get away with 6 for certain things. Perhaps the claws, for example, they could perhaps be 6 cylinders, 6 edged vertexes. That could possibly pass as round. Now that's why we have 8. That's why we go for those 8. So with the body, we're trying to do that same thing. Now you'll notice I am trying to separate this model into separate parts. The pectoral area, the lower, the upper part above the navel, and then anything below the navel. But just like technically, this will actually come in at this kind of angle on an actual body. But right now, I want to try and keep as much of it level. The whole process of this box modeling at this early stage is, again, as I was going to say with the other base model, it's not to get the shapes perfect for what you want for the current character. It is instead you want these vertexes, the shape, the general topology to be as low detail as possible, but enough to actually represent that shape. And then we can pull and stretch and make like feet bigger, or we can make arms thing, or we can give him a chunky belly. We can do whatever we want once we got that base topology there to work with. Once you've got a good solid base, it does massively reduce the amount of time that you need to work on things. Now, eventually, you get to the point where you've run out of detail that we can currently use. For example, we now need more for the shoulders because we've lost a lot of that detail there on the pectorals now. So we add another one. You don't just want to add these willy-nilly, and this actually kind of works for your what do you call it, collarbones. I will never forget the names. I'm just a very visual person, so with anatomy names, I'm very unsure. I just kind of go along with what I'm doing. So this is like I said, this bit goes onto there, and it should be the midpoint. I'm trying to use my hands, but they're a bit... It's because I'm pointing at my body, the leap motion loses it. We want to basically... This bit wants to come into the midpoint of the shoulder. And I mean, you can even see on my old base model how that's still true. Because eventually, we're going to pull this bit back out a little bit, because this isn't actually going to be the neck. The neck wants to actually extrude out of this independently, but we'll get to that. Hand, what are you doing? Yeah. Can't refuse. Wait, did you actually refuse? Oh, okay, sorry. There we go. You know what I'm going to do? Set a timer for 7 minutes. There you go, you get an extra 2 minutes because I'm an idiot. Sorry. So yeah, again, like I said, a lot of this, I'm not going to be great with the actual technical terms of the musculature. But, yeah, I'll try and go off what I'm going. Again, I want this shape to be kind of there as good as we can. Now, for now, this is obviously trying to follow along with actual human anatomy. Eventually, what I will do is I will actually pull it out and scale it, and I usually make things a bit chunkier. Like, my models are quite chunky lads, even the ones that aren't, you know, actually chunky. They're all fairly wide. So, I've now run out of definition here. The next part I normally do after doing this very basic bit, because there's not much else I want to add just yet. There will be a bit more when it comes to the pectorals, but the next thing I actually want to add is the legs. And again, I want to kind of block this out as basically as possible at this point. So I'm going to add an extra edge loop there. And I pulled that. Now, we've got more than 8 now. Oh no. But don't worry, that is fine because we actually want a bit more detail now. Because on this part, we're actually going to have to add another one. Again, forget about that. Grab views. I'm very good at grabbing them. There we go. So scale them out. And again, we're going to be very playful with this at this point. Go back to my reference. Just pull things in. Ow! Mean pulse! Mean. I'm trying to teach here and I'm getting pelted. Oh, that's a bit funky. So, let's grab it all and smooth those vertexes down. Just so we're getting a bit more of a shape. Ugh. Not too keen on this front. Actually, no, I don't like smooth. I don't want to smooth it. I just want to kind of scale this back out. Loosen that shape. And so this bit here, these 4 edges here, they're actually going to become the top of the shoulder. Like I said, I've talked about it. I've used this phrase a few times on stream before, and I've used it when I explain what I mean. But there's kind of recipes that I have for he's very satisfied. His face is droopy because Ural has made it that way. He is a satisfied boy. while trying to teach people. Yeah, so this is like I say, that's going to be the shoulder bit, and this will actually end up being the neck. Trust me, we'll get there. Okay, so why have I added those loops there already? I mean, obviously we wanted that shape there, and we're kind of getting this bit here now. I want to really get a bit of the blockiness out of my models as well, so I am going to be trying to make this one a bit rounder than my usual, or my older base, because I have a bit of a square style to it, and I want to kind of push a little bit away from it. Okay, so we got that there. So, you know how before I was talking about 8 vertexes make a circle? That's why we added those loops in there. We want those for the legs. That, boom. Now what I want to do, I actually want to pull those in a little bit. Pull these in a little bit for now. We just want, like I said, general shapes. Right. So, while my reference is obviously not a furry, this is what I want to do is actually make this one digigrade legs, because our actual character, to be honest, we should grab this as well, is digigrade. Like, that's our actual character that we're going to be working with. So, he is digigrade. So, if we look at this reference, ow! Hello, Titan the Great Dan. Hope you're having a lovely day. So, we're having you stop at my best. Mean. The leg's about half the distance, and then we have about like the other half.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Titan. If you're unsure, I'm Cade. I'm a 3D artist, mostly with furry stuff. Photo models to VR chart, VC face, which is what I'm using here, and all that sort of stuff. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. That model is friendship. That.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Sure, Paws. Oh, hello, Zen and Solo. Hello. So, yeah, once again, Cade. I'm 3D furry artist. Yeah. If you have any questions, honestly, feel free to ask, but I hope you're having a lovely day. Like, this will look... This is the thing. I've tweeted about this a few times. This model will look terrible for the first, like, thing. Yeah, it is a leap motion. That's exactly what I'm using for the hands. That's why it's deciding sometimes to choke me to death. My eyes look very tired. They shan't in about 51 seconds. He's just satisfied. It's my top channel reward. But yeah, so that's now... We can now use this to recognize as a circle. Again, we just want to pull out those shapes. Actually, I want to pull these down. This is the base model, so I don't want to pull that. So when it comes to the legs, I actually want to do it a bit. And the little trick I kind of use to do a digigrade leg is normally, obviously, this leg would come forwards, this one would come here, then we'd have this here, and then out the front. Oh, there we go. He's back to normal. So obviously, like I say, when we're doing like plantigrade stuff, you kind of go off on this method, right? Boom, there's our man. La di la la la. He can walk about, he can do what he needs to do. Great, all well and great. But we're not here to make human looking things. No, no, no. We're here for furry. So, I'm gonna delete those vertexes. Create that face again. You. Nope. So, we're actually pulling this way. Now, with VR chat, we want these feet to be kind
nice
of right
one, my
on the
furry
model.
friend.
Hello, Link Lobo. Hi, I'm Cade. I'm a Furry 3D artist, mostly working with VR chat and VC Face, which is what you're seeing here. Welcome. Hope if you have any questions, feel free to ask. But otherwise, hope you have a nice day. So yeah, so we're working with VR chat. One thing I'll do, let's bring up JT's model, because JT's model's fairly thing. Yes, I am actually starting from scratch on this one. I was going to use the base mesh, but my old base mesh is out of date, I think. I just find it's a bit too far gone. So here's JT, and this is what we're going to be ending up looking something like. Now, I might still steal his paws, because I actually really like how I did the paws on JT. But we're going to get rid of everything. And get it all back so that all I see is this model. And the rig as well. So, this is the model that, like I said, we're kind of going to be making it kind of look like this. He's happy. Too happy, sir. Make him not happy. There we go. Let's put this onto Studio, and I'm actually going to switch this over to Material for the time being. So, like I said, this is the model that we're going to do. Normally, this part of the leg will come down to about the halfway point. Now, I lifted up a bit. But what you'll notice here is that with my 3D models, to get them working well with the full body tracking and keeping them feeling balanced, you'll see that this point of the foot here, we trace that all the way up. That kind of hits the center point of the head. And this point of the foot, the bit that feels like it should be the base, wants to be directly below where we're expecting the head bone to be. That is purely a technical thing. It just makes sure that we're doing this, because this leg, if we're going stylized, we could pull this leg as far back as we wanted. Pull it back here or on stuff like that. But the problem is it starts to feel out of balance, it starts to feel broken. And when you're in VR, there's a lot of things you've got to consider with models in VR. And a lot of things that you might not first consider. The first is scale. Things feel bigger in VR chat than they do in real life. Things like these paws will feel absolutely massive. And these hands, normally you'd think, well, they don't look the same scale as this. This is in orthographic, so what we're seeing here is like there's no perspective on any of this. This is exactly how we're seeing it. And you'll notice that the arms and such generally look a little skinnier than the legs. Now, normally, legs are... Come back in the base, it's already finished. No, I'm just using this base to explain. I'm using the end product to show what the base is and why I'm approaching it and such. So, yeah, we're getting this, like, we're using this, like, I've kind of forgot where I was at now. Yeah, oh, that was it. I was talking about why the arms and the legs. So the arms look tiny. The arms look a little bit smaller than they do for the leg. Now, when you're in VR, you're looking down and such. So the perspective kind of... It's almost the reverse of those buildings that start with a big base at the bottom and go up slightly and start to angle a little bit to make it look like when you're looking up at it, that it looks straight. It's that same sort of stuff. The chat isn't showing. Why is... I keep having issues. Oh, you mean on the thing? Give me a second. Give me a moment. There's some beans. Hey, there we go. Sorry about that. Right, but yeah, so that's kind of where I'm going with it. Now, that's a stylistic thing as well.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Hello, welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist, mostly dealing with VR chat and such, and VC Face, which is what I'm using here. Welcome. If you have any questions about 3D art, feel free to ask. We are currently going through the process of a base model and my reasoning behind it. But yeah, welcome. Hope you're having a lovely day. And again, you can kind of see like where this old base mesh was converted into the T-pose one, but there's still a little bit, I feel, of issue with it. We're not here to complain about that. I'm talking about the overall themes of the model. And you can see, like I said, even though this is a very high poly model, even though this is like a final product, how even from this to where we are here, And what we're going to do, I'm going to make it look nice. It looks awful when it starts off. There we go. This will eventually become that. A lot of the basic shapes, like I said, we just want to posture check. Ooh, that is a good thing because I am sitting cross-legged and I am not meant to be doing that. There we go. Hello, Chaos. So yeah. So the two biggest issues whenever you do come into any of this sort of stuff, this area and this area, and respectively on the other side as well. These two areas, the limbs, are some of the most difficult things to get quite right because they've got to bend in very particular ways. Now, this part, I've tended to make it bend as such. Now, I've kind of put a thing on his model. There we go. If I go to his armature and his legs here, and bend it. I tend to have it so that the leg actually kind of compresses inwards a bit. Perhaps this is not the best way. This is just the way I do it. Some people will try and blend that in and such. But again, this is another kind of where we're dealing... Hand, go back. This is another one where we're dealing with VR chat specifically and how it likes to do the models. One thing you'll notice is that the bones from here and here are completely straight. That is a VR chat full body tracking thing. Those need to be straight up and straight down. So if we have this leg, obviously I'm moving the bone here, but if we have the leg coming in kind of like this, for example, I know that's massively extreme, but let's say that's our leg for whatever reason. When this bone comes straight down, it's gonna bend around this point. Let's break him. Apply that armature. Oh, wait a second. Apply his shape key. There we go. Right. And what I'm going to do, reset this armature. And let's go to armature down. Right. So let's say that's how our leg is modeled. And we want to edit this armature now. We have a problem. We can't move that armature there like that and have it how it actually should be. Because the VR Chat SDK is not going to play with that at all. It is going to complain. It is going to... Full body tracking won't work. Now, 3-point tracking... Ow! Would. 3-point tracking actually would work with that. Because that uses an IK which basically sends all of the stuff down to the thing. A bird in JT stream, there was something wrong with the expression. Was there? Oh. I'll have to have a look at that. Unless he was meaning like there's no expressions on his hands, so perhaps that. Either way. Obviously, like I say, I'm not actually working with JT's model right now. I'm actually creating a base model. I'm just going over the principles of what we want to apply on the base model to get that all working. But if there's something wrong with his expressions, he ought to be in contact with us. Because I don't know if I'm not told. So yeah, if we model that like that, VR chat won't like it. Okay, so what if we just have the bone straight and then kind of place this where it should go? If I now actually try and actually rotate this. Oh, give me a second. Grab you. Armature. And there's our problem. Now this is me really exaggerating this problem, but the further that this point is away from this center point of the knee where it actually wants to bend, the worse this squash and stretch gets on that part of the leg. Again, extreme example, but yeah, that's exactly what we're kind of after. Where on this one, we go to the other side. Now obviously, if you do that with your leg, there's something wrong, but we're pulling that. And that's much better. And that clips in a little bit, but that's fine. So again, that's another reason why with VR chat models, generally, we don't want this to be too extreme. Or if we do want it to be extreme, we want it to be neutral or neutered down a little bit. So we've got a bit coming down, we've got a bit coming out. Now, I want to add another edge loop here because I want to create parts that are going to come down. Now, these want to be brought in because this is going to be, they're going to be the knees. Obviously, this is going to be the back of the leg. Pull these in. We want to grab all 4 of these faces here and pull this down. I had some concept called driver bones for rigging people. Yes, so drivers are simply shape keys that are activated under certain conditions of a bone or usually of a bone's rotation, for example. If this bone rotates here, you can have a driver that pulls the shoulder out. Driver bones are very useful, but they take a long time to set up. You're the only dragon that... Oh, that's... Like I said, I want to make... I stream as part because I want to show people how this all works as well as just simply, look at me, I make good art. I mean, I'd like to think I make good art as well, but yeah. So, I've pulled that down and now we've got the foot. So we've got this bit pulling down, this bit coming back. That then terminates here. This is the ball of your foot. If you bring up your foot, that's your ball. And if you have a look, that shape nicely already fits a ball of a foot. So we barely need to do anything back there now. We'll obviously need to subtly turn this down and pull it back and make it a little more relaxed than before. But we've already got the ball of the foot there. So I'm going to add, because I want a dot here. Because I've got no... All I can do is move this side to side. Generally, I want a dot in the middle of everything. It gives me better control. So I've added an edge loop in there. And again, you can start to see how we're starting to build up a few edge loops. More than just a cube. And obviously this literally started out as the cube. So we're pulling this out, pulling this in. And again, this is kind of recipes, which this is what I want to kind of go over when I'm doing the tutorial series on YouTube. That the way I work is via these recipes. It's knowing kind of how things think. Oh, thank you for the sub there, Titan. That's lovely of you. Oh, thank you. Again, any questions you ever have, feel free to ask. So, we've got that.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, hello, Coyote. Coyote Husky. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool mix. Yeah, welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a 3D-ized. I mostly do the furry stuff for VR chat and VC.
Nice one, my furry friend.
And yeah, welcome. And welcome to you as well, Voltage Circle. Welcome. Oh, I love the combination names. I'm not gonna lie, I like it when... I mean, I'm called Cade Art, so of course I do. But yeah, I really like the names because it makes me think, well, there's this and then there's this. Will this be the whole stream? So for most of it, yeah, I am making this model. Unless, you know, if JT's got an issue with his model, I might have to come back and fix that at some point, obviously. But I want the next few streams to be focusing on Neo's model and the process that goes into it. Stealing the Digipal process, please do. Steal it. Acquire it as your own. If it means more people are making more models, I'm happy. So, great, we've got that there now. Oh, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. It's almost like that was planned. So, we don't want to just pull these out individually right off the bat. If we go back to JT's again. That's the preferences. If we go back to JT's again. One thing you'll notice, even though this has got a weird bit of topology, but we'll get to that eventually and I'll explain why that topology is as such. But you'll notice that this is kind of where the edge of this model comes, and we've pulled a bit out of it, and then the toes come out of it. Will this be recorded? Yes, this is actually recorded now. I will be doing a proper tutorial. This is what my tutorial series will be. This is just the streamed version of it. I guess the beta. Welcome, you're all beta testers. I hope you signed the NDAs. You're not allowed to tell anyone about this project. Illegal. So, I pull that out. I'm just going to pull these back a little bit. Pull those up. And bump, 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 bump. Now, normally when you press E, it'll obviously it'll extrude everything. And it'll extrude it all as one. If you press alternate E though, you actually get options of how you want to extrude exactly. Useful. The main one that I ever use this menu for though is this specific option up here now. Extrude individual faces. And boom. Now I want to be careful because I can see it's clipping over on that side of the on the side of the mirror where it's starting to touch into things. That's starting to clip up at that point. So we want to pull this back. No. Head. Back. There we go. Pull that back at this point. There we go. Pull these forwards. And one thing I want to do now is grab these bits, because I've just noticed that's really small. Pull those across. Pull those across. We're going to grab this bit and this bit and just scale it. Not good soft selection either. Oh, that would help. Go away one password. There we go. Boom. This, again, is still at a very basic point. There's still a lot we've got to do with this. But now that we've got those feet there, we can kind of ignore that part. Because you don't want to... This is one important thing when it comes to 3D, and it is quite difficult to do. It is not hyper-focusing on one bit. There's a lot of detail left to add to that, because, I mean, look at it. It's like a Minecraft paw. It's very basic at this point. But we don't want to get locked into that point. We want to still see the whole model. Like I said, I've pretty much ignored the actual anatomy bit at this point. But that's fine, because now I'm choosing...
Nice one, my furry friend.
Hello, Turbid Pumpkin. Welcome. I'm Cade. I'm mostly a 3D furry artist who does VR chat and VC face, which is what you're seeing here. Welcome. Hope you're having a lovely day, and if you have any questions, do feel free to ask. Okay, so now again, this bit I've done stylized, this bit I've obviously done from the reference. And you can see, like, that looks a bit thinner than what that is. But for now, what I want to do is now we want to do the arms. You'll notice the head is actually the last thing I tend to do.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Hello, Lewis, what the heck? Welcome. I'm Cade, 3D furry artist, mostly VR chat and VC face stuff, which is what I'm using here. If you have any questions as well, feel free to ask. Otherwise, hope you're having a lovely day. So, next part is the arms. Arms, again, are quite a difficult part of it. Now, if we look at the shoulders, shoulders actually come out further back than they do forwards. Dragon Kid's getting interrupted. I want to welcome everyone into the chat, though. I know it stops the stream a little bit, but I want to make sure everyone feels welcome. That's all. And make them feel good. Because again, 3D is... A lot of people feel 3D is so like complex and difficult, and so it's like an alien concept. I like kind of being like, no, it's just moving dots about in a specific way. Save my work. That is actually a good call because I have not actually saved this one yet. So Neo 1, actually no. For now, I'm actually going to call this base mesh 2021 part 201. The sequel of the sequel. Oh, I am to hydrate as well. I've actually got a bottle of water. Again, water, not just, you know, black liquid that's definitely not Coke. Water. But yeah. I'm meant to be being healthy now. So I'm just going to start actually moving the orientation of this. Again, you'll see these are mostly flat at the moment. Obviously, the body isn't actually flat like that. First one is pecs. Those pectorals, I believe, are those pectorals in the right place? They are, but they are a bit too low. what I want to do. So here's the base of the pecs. So this entire section here is the arm. Pull this out. But now it's going to look a little weird. This whole section will actually be lower. Whenever you see us do this as well, by the way, you'll want to sometimes move individual vertexes very precisely. And you'll notice there I'm pressing O. So if I'm moving those, I can move these very precise. Like if I want to make sure that these get right on here, that's great. Then I can go to these ones and then move to make sure those go right on there. Great. But again, when we are at this basic stage, we are very early on in the process and we're just simply putting things in place. What I'll often do is I'll press O, and that'll bring up the soft selection or proportional editing, whatever you want to call it. This just gives us this ring. That's how I see it. It's a ring. And this ring has influence. And if I make this influence really small, I can move those single vertices on their own. I'm going to make that circle bigger now, and I'm going to move it. Boom. You can start to see a lot of the other vertexes moving. Now, if I scroll on my mouse wheel even more and make it bigger, we have more influence control. And basically, you'll just use this. This is kind of, while I am box modeling, I am still actually moving stuff out and about. Some there's slider at the head. Yeah, there probably will be. There will be stuff in the eventually. I mean, you have haptic feedback vests and stuff, but yeah, they're not. There are still issues, and it is still obviously new tech, right? But yeah, I get them there slowly. But right now, that's looking a bit of a crazy arm, isn't it? And guess what? Look at that again. We've got 8 vertexes. It's again, it's like there's a recipe. It's like I'm kind of using maths. Not like coding or anything special. I'm just going, well, whenever I want detail, I want about 8 vertexes. Because that gives me the basics to work from when it comes to working with an arm. I'm going to split it off there again, because guess what? That's going to be an elbow. And then this one needs to come down and be shrunk a little bit. That one wants to be shrunk and raised a little bit. And then this section, guess what? That's going to be a hand. Now the hand, I'm going to pull one of my old base models and I'm going to kind of like move stuff around a little bit with it. Because again, I feel like while I really like the current paw, there are a few minor issues with it. What I want to do, I want to move these here. I want to move these here. And again, because this is going to be my own base model, this is going to be quite a, important thing to get right. So, that is not how shoulder blades work. And you know how I said the arm is further on the back of the body? Well, that doesn't look like too far back to me. So I just want to pull it, and I'm just, like I said, I'm using that soft selection just to pull things as and where I actually want them. I'm not changing the topology, because the topology I know I've got in the place that I actually want it to be. I just simply need to move it so that it is in the right place. And again, VR chat, we are looking to get this kind of straight down. What I could probably do, considering that's what I'm making the base model for, I'm going to open up another one. And we are going to bring in, because this part is fine. And this rig, once I'm certain that this one's up to date and it's back to normal, I'll make this rig available. You people can just have this rig. Because I'm not very protective of it. But here we go. We have a VR chat rig. So if I grab this, let's go back to our new base mesh. Let's plop it in. So there's one thing. Let's make them all a lot smaller so they're actually the right scale. Because that is one thing with my old model. It is not to scale. Get rid of the... I don't want to select the armature. I just want to select everything but the armature. Scale on the 3D cursor. And let's scale it all down. Look, we're kind of fitting. And look at that. We're almost there anyways. So the legs have kind of come a bit too far forwards, although that is probably just the whole body. There we go. Just want to grab all of this. Just slowly edge that forwards a little bit. Boom. And now, because I'm very well aware that this rig works fairly well, perhaps not perfectly, but very well with VR chat, just move just so it kind of fits in there. And again, right now I'm not actually making a defined model, I'm just simply making the base. So hands I always leave, because I hate hands with a passion. Hydra, I shall do that pulse. Hey. There we go. Right. And again, you'll see, I've done most of this model already with the head. And you can see, without much work needed on that, how most of the shape is there. Obviously, it is nowhere near perfect or anywhere near done, but I would recommend you do this yourself. Make a model that's very non-specific, that just kind of gets the general shape and these down, because again, that old base model, where is it? This. And I know I've done this a few times already, so if you've been into my previous streams, you're probably going to be like, oh, he's going on about it again. But I want to go on about it again, because I think it's useful. So go to my models. That model, that model, that model, that pretty much all of those models, including a bird, including a dragon with massive hands and luscious hair, a bat, and obviously Cade, because Cade is actually the original where the base mesh actually comes from. All of those characters were made from that same base mesh, from this. If you make a solid base mesh, you're off to a really good start. No hand, only paw. Oh. So, guess what? 8 vertexes again. Try and keep, like I said, this is just my technique. This is by no means something I learned properly. I was taught by a professional. This is just something that I myself have kind of like, oh, this kind of works for me. 8 vertexes until you need more. Only adding more when you absolutely need it. Add a bit more now. It will be, if you ever are modeling yourself, it will be incredibly tempting to add a load very quickly. But you're better trying to get as... If you get it looking really good with low poly stuff, it's going to look good with the high poly stuff, because the low poly and the high poly are just technically part of the same thing. Like, it's shapes that you were dealing with, not topology. Topology is just the technical side of things, how this is all working. Not what it actually is, or what it looks like. Now, if you take that further, normal maps and stuff like that. I still do a very old-fashioned... I kind of do it an old-fashioned way, but it becomes quite cartoony, and I quite like the look. And we'll get, like I said, kind of a smooth style, where I will still... Eventually, there'll be a point where I'm happy with the topology, and I'll just start kind of sculpting shapes out of it. The head. Right. So I'm going to add a loop in here, and wouldn't you know it, this bit will be our snoot. Now that looks a wavy head. So what we're going to do, we're going to grab that, pull that back, pull this, pull that. This area is like, I'm kind of breaking this all sort of down. I'm breaking this into like where the aisles kind of go. This will be kind of like, say, where the top of the head is. Boom. Screw it up, pull in. And slowly, we're going to sculpt this head out. Now, there will be a bit where I've started to kind of pull this section out as well, and we'll see that in a moment. This is nowhere near what I actually want. Boom. Pulling that up there. Ah! There was no warning. Well, there was warning, but it was too late. So I'm kind of pulling this head out. Now, one thing I did notice about my old base mesh is this part of the head was massive. But realistically, what I want to be doing is actually pulling that bit out of it. Again, you see how we are working with as little as possible to get that shape done down and there.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, hello, Wolf Pineapple. Thank you for the follow there. I'm Kid. I'm a furry 3D artist. I mostly work with VR chat and VC face kind of things. Welcome. If you have any questions about 3D, feel free to ask. But currently, we're going over how to make a base mesh for any furry character. So this is fairly useful time if you have any questions. I'll maybe upload this raw as well, actually, to YouTube eventually. Just in case anyone wants to catch this kind of VOD. That looks very basic right now. Now, there's one thing I was starting to do on my old base mesh, which I'm just going to do right at this point. Just going to try and do right at this point. Which is actually extruding this part out. Now, why have I extruded this part out? And why have I got... So I've got these poles here now. Now, perhaps this isn't the best way. But one thing I liked about doing this was it gave me a little bit of extra detail. It allows me to have a sharp point where the neck actually comes into the jaw, which if we go to JT, this jaw ends up making this kind of edge here and pulling up around there. And if we actually go and have a look at this model, we can kind of see where that's coming in from right now. This kind of pulls across and pulls up here. Boom. Gives us a lot more topology to deal with than beforehand, anyways. Now that's a wide head, so I'm gonna squish it in a bit. Because again, this is the very generic one. Pull that back a bit. Great. Now, now I've got 8 vertexes around here, but I've got no center point, so I want a center point. Now, this is going to be the mouth. I was going to ask if this would record and post. Like I said, I might put the VOD actually on my YouTube channel, just as kind of here it is. If anyone actually wants to watch it on YouTube instead of coming to Twitch. But other things. Do you try and stay under the recommended tries? So, while the recommended is I think it's 30,000. I tend to go over that. I tend to actually have models. JT sits at around... again, I'm going to keep referring to JT simply because he is a good model. And he works in VR chat. JT sits around the sort of 65,000, if we can see there. I might be in the way a bit, but 65,000. 70,000 is the hard cap. Now, in my experience, the thing that causes more lag and issues with people is when those vertex groups... It's not less about the vertex count and how many tries you've got. It's more about dynamic bones. How many textures do you have?
Nice one,
what
my
kind of
furry
animations
friend.
have you got? Like, poly count is just such a... It is an offender. Do not get me wrong. If you have a model that's like 200,000 polys, It's terrible. But if you're under 70,000, you're all right. You're all right. It's mostly textures, animations, extra things. Anyways, hello, Shadow Friend. Welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist, and yeah, if you have any questions about 3D, feel free to ask. Otherwise, welcome. Right. So this edge, normally, while I said we wanted 8, I actually like giving the mouth 3. Why 3? This part will actually be separated. And that is why 3. Oh my gosh, that is a wide snoot. Wide boy. Bring that in. Bring your snoot under control, sir. There we go. Yeah, eventually this bit will become 3. Because that'll end up forming the mouth. Again, go back to JT. We can see this process here. That part becomes the mouth. Now what I do tend to do is I'll add another bit in here. I'll add this shape in. Now this is I need to make this a generic shape because this is a base model. This part of the modeling process, because I'm making this a base model, I don't want it to be, again, while we are eventually going to make it into Neo, right now we're just making a base. I want this to be workable, and I want this to be such. I heard there's a VRC tutorial. For quest avatars, that is actually kind of true. But that very few models are made for quest, if I'm being honest. And I have very little demand as well for quest models. Now, obviously, that's me as a commission, like as somebody who does commissions and stuff, so take it with a grain of salt. Because most people who probably likely to commission a custom model will already have VR on like a desktop and such, because, you know, it's not cheap. Right, and yeah, so this gives us kind of like, what this is doing, this is kind of emulating the jawbone around here. Cade actually doesn't have it, so I cheated a little with Cade. These floof bits kind of make up for that shape. But again, this is because I've got better since I've made this model. Like, this model's actually quite an old one. And I still abuse it and break it. Like, there is one thing. I do not like this shape here. So I'm going to go off the beaten track with this tutorial and try something new. And this might not work. Or it might work perfectly. Okay, that actually worked fine. So what I was doing there. Okay, I'll go back and explain it now that I know that that works. Explain why I wanted to do that as opposed to... So that was broken, wasn't it? That was it. And then this came in here. Boom. Okay, so why did I not want this? Pretty much, when we're looking at this part here, if I pull this single vertex, just one vertex in here, we lose a lot of that shape. Like that shape, this single vertex controls information for this edge, this edge, this edge, and this edge. And we're relying on one vertex a lot more than I'm particularly comfortable with. Plus, again, it almost kind of crunches in this shape, right? It's almost like there's a section of the head removed, and all that's being filled in is by this. So in this case, we want a bit more information on the model. When I talk about information, I just simply mean the vertex counts. I simply just mean the amount of stuff that's there. So to do that, I'm thinking logically. So let's get rid of that. And I'm thinking, well, it now looks like this section and this section's missing a bit, right? Like there should be a square here. So I just brought this bit up and made a square there. And now, because it's symmetrical, because this is just a cube, which I've done with, which I've done the same thing with. I could just, which is the same on both sides, I should say. I can just bring this bit up and then make another cube there, right? Make another square. Now, this is, again, isn't exactly perfect. There are issues with this, but now I'm like, oh, well, I've got an edge here. I've got an edge here. I've got one here. I've got one here. Oh, look, it's 8 vertexes. So if I put one in the middle, boom, 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 boom. And now, that shape, I've got a lot more to play with. I've got a lot more detail I can play with. And when it comes to things like the eyebrows and such, this will give me a lot of more room to work with. Because then I can actually use this as kind of like the brows itself. Obviously, this is a bit excessive, but that's the idea. Generally, we're getting there with the face. The thing we want to add is another bit in here. And I'm going to pull these bits out. Push this bit in a bit. And push this in. I don't want it to be quite as square. But again, like I said, this will change per character. This isn't just obviously this is a base rig, but the whole point of this is that you'll rip parts off it and you'll put parts back on it. And as you make more models and get better at this sort of thing, you can come back to this. And like I said, this will be the 4th base model I've done. So, you know, and each time I do it, it becomes stuff. If I have to go but come back, no worries, Lost Script. It's always lovely having you. So you have a lovely day. So, for the hands, I'm actually going to go back to the old one. And you'll notice I usually keep hands separate. This is mainly because for furries specifically, you usually have 3 fingers or 4 fingers. And so I usually keep them separate so that I can choose which one I want because there's slightly different methods to them. Turbid Pumpkin, you've been trying to learn? I make it look easy because I know this. Like I said, I'm cheating. I know what I need to do with these bits. So don't worry. Just give it a go. Give it a good smash. Now, my old ones. So you might recognize that hand from somewhere when it decides it wants to not glitch out. Let's do that one instead because this seems to be more reliable. Where could that hand possibly be from? Now, there's a few problems with this hand. Oh, yeah, mirror on this side. Yeah. Mainly that. Now, it works fine. Also, it's really bent. But, yeah, it works fine, but this topology kind of goes all over the place. So, recently, I updated to this. But now, I'm kind of finding that it actually needs a bit more data to it. And this thumb is kind of odd. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this into this scene. I'll tell you what I'll do before that. I'll show you how I would actually go about making it. That would probably be. Since I'm going over the whole thing, it's kind of a bit naff me going, here's some hands. Let's draw them back. So hands. Hands are difficult, mainly in the sort of process because you've got digits. Digits need to have as much detail around them as the palm does, but you don't want the palm to have excessive detail because it gets hard to control. So how do I start modeling at Pixar level at the beginning without practice or experience? You go to, what's it called? You go to one of those sites where you just make an avatar, you type in the random bits and it just like randomly comes in. And you download a pre-made avatar and it's like, this, I made this, and just change the signature. That's how you do that. So hands once again. I'm going to duplicate this off. And one thing I'm going to do, I'm actually going to grab this and press P and separate it off. This is now separate. Like I say, I like working on the hands as a separate object. Mainly because hands are like, Any artist who's ever tried to do anything with hands, draw them, paint them, model them, they are a difficult thing. It's likely that what I'm going to do here, because I'm trying to explain what I'm doing, these might not look that great. But I'll try and go over the principles of what I'm attempting to do with the hand. So, we've got the anatomy drawing back here. It's obviously very blurry, but the main shapes we're focusing on is we've got this shape here, which is kind of like a plump trapezoid, I suppose. We've got this part here, and then this part for the thumb, and then this whole section. Like, fingers are generally counted as the whole section. There we go. There's my beautiful hand drawing, right? That's how I'm kind of envisioning the sections. Now, the difficult part is the thumb, because it overwrites itself. So the palm is relatively easy to do. Why are we not zooming in there? There we go. If I extrude that out. Push that in, because you're inside of your hand. If you're in on a natural position, if you put your hand out and rest it, your hand naturally sits in a concave position, and we want to emulate that. This bit comes up, and boom, we have the basis of a hand. Incredible. See, I've got my base model there, base rig there, so if I pull this back here to where it actually will be, boom. Again, this base model, the hands will feel small, because if we have the hands big, you'll notice a lot of 3D models don't actually have that large hands. Now for VC face, this doesn't matter, because I don't actually visually see my own hands. I look at my hands right now, I'm seeing human hands. Disgusting. But in VR chat, you will see your actual hands. I know that sounds obvious. Sounds very obvious. But what I'm meaning by that is you'll see your hands and your brain knows the size of your hand. So if you have an avatar with a massive hand that might be in scale with the rest of the proportions of the character, will kind of feel like you're wearing a glove. And it can kind of break it for some people. Not everyone, but me included a little bit. It breaks my immersion a little bit when my hands are absolutely huge. So we kind of keep the hands a little smaller. Again, if I go back to JT, you'll notice in proportion from, let's hide everything else. There's that horrible shape he's still on. There we go. In proportion from his hands to his foot, his hands are actually a lot smaller. Not much smaller, but they are smaller. So, like I said, that's mainly just to keep things... Why is that finger so far? I never actually noticed that. Oh, it's because that one overlaps. Like, not... Yeah. Either way, we'll make it again. Yeah, when we look at the hand, you can see how much more detail it is needed in the hand than any other part. Perhaps maybe too much detail in the beans, but man likes his beans. Might actually try and see if we can improve this part. Let's go back. Horrible hand, right? Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add, what I actually need to do, to be honest, is actually subdivide it. So what I'm going to leave that a second. And so this bit, and this bit, that's going to make the lumpy part of your thumb bone. If you look at, like you say, if you look at your hand, if I grab my paw there, if you look at this kind of bit, it's a bit lumpy. We're going to extrude that out a little bit, just to give it a bit of shape. And from there, we actually already have the topology to work from our thumb. So if I grab this, I'm just going to move bits about now. these shapes here. Grab those two bits there. Screw it out. Make it look a little bit more on point to what it should actually look like. And again, you'll notice how I'm not really referring to the ref at the moment because, of course, like I said, it's base. Now the finger points down because of how Unity generally plays with them. Now, one thing I might try, there's a thing with the leap motion I'm noticing, where the thumb is slightly crunched. So I wonder if we might need to change a rig at some point to get that working a little nicer. But now I want to show, like I said, the current method I use. So this thumb has 6 points. Not good enough. We want 8. We want 8, so we have to add another loop. Obviously that adds more detail to the hand, but in return we can also have more control over that shape. And like I said, this is where we're dealing with things. We want as little as we can do, but with as much shape as possible with as little topology as possible. You do look at your hands the most. You do look at your hands the most as well. Like I say, hands are very important. Not just because, like I say, it's handy and all that sort of stuff. You get that too with leap motion as well. I think it's something to do with how Unity treats the bones. And I'm wondering if because it's kind of a standard, obviously, everyone's kind of looked at each other's rigs for VR chat and such. So we've all kind of like melded into this one rig. Obviously, other people have different rigs and such, but I feel like the way we rig for VR chat does not work too well with the thumbs for VC face. And this is what you find out. Like I said, this is something that you kind of have to just get through experience of doing this thing. What works with what? Like I say, a lot of ticks. Hope I'm not giving you ticks. A lot of these tips and like things that I'm talking about are pretty VR chat specific. Like, obviously they'll work for any sorts of characters, but the main focus is for VR chat. There's our thumb. Great. We now have thumb. So we want finger. Oh no, we can't have finger. Because boom, 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 boom. That can only give us 2 fingers. Now if we're making a deer, boom, sorted. Perfect. But base models are generally thinking more, character oriented. So, if this is one thing that I'm actually changing. If I add a loop here and add a loop here, I then go and smooth this out a little bit. Don't want to grab these faces or any of this, actually. Any of that. Don't want to smooth any of those. I just want to smooth the top section, the back. And we're going to add another loop here and another loop here. That's a lot of loops, right? This is what we'll end up with though anyways. And this is the major change.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Old style. Hello, Coffee Fennec. Welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a 3D artist, mostly with furry stuff for VR chat and VC fairs. Hi, welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. But otherwise, I hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, this does get quite intense. Maybe actually I'm going a bit too far. Because let us get rid of these for now. Let's dissolve those edges. I might be going a little too fast for my own group. Finger. 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 And right, great. Fingers. Woo! Put this all a bit nice. Ah, yes, that was it. So. Again, the amount of detail we need on hands is difficult. Try and get these working, and if I do get them working in the way that I want them to, I'll then explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing what I'm doing. You have a question already? Where's the pizza? It's in his mouth. He's already eating it. This guy's speedrunning. Speedrunning the model. I mean, to be fair, you might be joking about that. In a few weeks' time, when I'm further through the commissions, I want to choose somebody at random and speedrun model their character. I think that's how I'm going to do it. I've talked about it for a while. I think I'm just going to choose somebody at random and model their character. So, that's coming eventually. Obviously, commissions take priority and they are paid work, so they need done. Yeah, so I'm going to make... Oh, no, I don't want to make it bigger that way. I just want to make it bigger from this bit here. Pull it down. Just so we get, like I say, that concave shape in the hand. Again, we can see how rough it's actually doing. Now the issue's gonna be is we've only got 8 vertexes there, but we've got a lot of vertexes here, so we're gonna have to kind of bring stuff up. Hello, my favorite right? Oh no, Rainhat's in the chat. Oh no, she's gonna steal all my secrets. Rainhat, by the way, if you don't know who Rainhat is, you might want to check out her channel. She is also another 3D art streamer who also does beautiful tutorials and focuses more on humanoid-ish looking thing, but he's a lovely person, even if she is my rival. There are so many people who enjoy watching speed art. Literally, I want to make the speedrun model like a full-on event. I want to hype it up. I want to proper make it a thing. I want it to be the first, because I've started streaming on Twitch back in April, and I just kind of started streaming just because I wanted to stream while doing my art. It's kind of it's interesting. And such like that. But since then, I've had so many people support me, and so many people say that they've learned stuff. So many people say that they've really just even enjoyed just watching these streams. I want to do something that's really fun on stream, and I feel like a speedrun of a model of somebody who's in the streams will be fun. 12 hours is what I'm giving myself. The normal time for me to make a model is 30 hours. The quickest I've ever made a model before is 20. But that was with me kind of not semi-speed running it. And I can even show you which model that one was. Just so we know what we're looking at in terms of quality. Because I don't want to reduce the quality of the model. Him. This model, from this mesh, from this base mesh, to that point, was done in 20 hours. That includes the dynamic bones, that includes the rigging, that includes the vismis, that includes everything. Including 2 renders. So, that'll be the challenge eventually. I want to make it, like I said, I'll be making it a big event, so I will be absolutely making a big deal out of it. Yeah, so we've got a basic hand there now. Again, hands are never my strong suit. But I don't think they're anyone's strong suit. But, yeah. Now, guess what? Hands have knuckles. I don't want to make it too small, not as a base. What I want to do This kind of feels like it's compressing. I want to pull that back. Pull that out. Please loop a bit. Play a little better. And when I'm looking at these loops, what I'm looking for is like, does the general line look smooth? Does it look right? Is the shape kind of where it should be? Posture check. Let me sit forward because I've once again crossed my legs. Terrible. And yeah, so I've actually went a bit too far with these for now. So let's pull them back. I'm going to use my old rig to pull them out. Go for a medium. Why not? Boom. Fingers. The arm is too high. I'm like trying to deal with this, and that's too big. Pull you down. Right, and there we have a kind of like, that is a very basic hand. One thing we will do eventually, and one thing we'll notice, is like, this is very basic right now, but eventually we'll start working with the subsurf. Now that's our subsurf. What that does is it just gives it smoothens out the detail, and we can start to see a lot of the issues with the base mesh. But for now, we just want to work with as little as we can. So, if this has 2 times as many polys as that, we can kind of do a little trick. But one thing I am wondering is, I'm going to delete those faces. Those are the faces that we don't want. I'm actually going to break my own rule here. If this succeeds, I'll tell you why it succeeded. If this doesn't succeed, I will hang my head in shame and just pretend it never happened. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these, grab them out. Not any of that. I want to grab you. Now I want to do the exact same on this side. Hey, oh, that actually worked really nicely. There we go. So, this here, this is kind of, if you think mathematically, obviously this is kind of what you call a converter or something like that. Basically, we take 3 lines and we get 5 lines out of it. So this shape in general, like I say, I'm going to make this simple because this is something when I learned it, it like broke my brain. So let's grab you. Grab you, and then bump and bump. So yeah, so right, we've got this shape here, right? And there's so many different ways we can join this to that. We could do this. And this can work in some instances. This can be actually really useful. One of the issues with this one, though, is you don't really control how these normals work. Like, if I pull that down now, and that actually works perfectly fine. Thank you for making me out to be a liar, Blender. But controlling this polygon here can be difficult at times. So we don't want to... So you can use that, but you don't want to have that. So that way is one of the ways. Oh, not particularly what we want, though. So one way that is better... Now, it can cause another issue, which is crunching. So this is something you've got to be aware of with this. And I've got to test it with the wrist to make sure that it doesn't crunch too much. If it does, you can simply pull it up a little bit to where it's solid, and then it won't crunch at all. But what you generally recommend doing is pulling this up to about the halfway point. So we've got that there. Now, we can add a quad here and a quad here. Quad there, and a quad there. So we've got a quad here, a quad here, a quad here, and a quad here, with these dots here, which represent this part of the line. This bends a lot nicer usually. Let me quickly try and show this. Like I said, when I learned this, it was whoa. Let us go for the most basic rigging tutorial you have ever seen. Cursor selected. Add 4. Rotate by 9. Cursor. Go that there. And subdivide white. So what's this called? Spawn 2. Spawn 3. Spawn 1. There we go. Right. So let's parent. I mean, this might actually end up working perfectly well and be like, oh yeah, it's actually fine. But, you know, I want to kind of show what I'm trying to talk about as opposed to just being like, this is why you do this and this is better and just do it because of reason. I want to try and show why. So, oh wait a sec, no, it's just the one bone I need, isn't it? I don't actually need to show the 2 bones. Oh, the way around. Yeah, that because this is so. Imagine this is the wrist. This is the wrist bit up here, and so we want that shape. We want that to bend well as this. All right, there we go. Yeah, we want them to bend nicely, right? We want that to bend up and down, very nice. So, if we do that other method, let's hide them for now. If we grab these, fill that in, grab that, and then grab that. Bring those bones back, play with them. Can you see how it's already breaking the normals? How this kind of overlaps onto that. Save my work. That is why we generally want to avoid using those tries. Again, they can work. They are perfectly fine in certain areas, especially where there's no deformation. So we've got that bit there. Now, if I go back, let's get rid of these faces. Let's do it the other way. Pull them out. So again, I'll go from above. We've got the 5 points here. We've got the 3 lines here. We grab the center 3. We extrude them out. We then grab the sides, add a face, and then just simply go around the model until we've got all of them put back in. Now, this weight painting won't be perfect, but what I'll have to do is just simply grab that and grab that, because we've added new vertexes in, so these won't be weight painted properly. And obviously, if you're doing this properly, you are actually going to weight paint it, so we might as well show that as well. Grab them, and then weight paint, just automatically. And so now, watch Blender will betray me and show these breaking, but wow, thank you Blender for betraying me and showing them breaking. Thank you Blender. I know that generally though, that is a usual better bend or a better way of bringing back in those shapes. Either way, you get a lot more control in the center point. It's these shapes here. But again, you're bringing things down from 5 to 3. You are always going to make sacrifices. It would work better. That is true. That is true. Yeah, because you do this before you do the subdivide, don't you? Yeah, that's probably why it's not shown too well. Modification. Why am I losing my modification? Yeah. It's hard to, like I say, it's kind of hard to show with just this one face. But trust me, guys, it's better. Like, I mean, obviously, best thing to do is try things yourself. See what topology you like. See what works for you. Just because somebody out there says this doesn't work or this is how you should do something, doesn't matter. But again, I mean, why don't we? Why don't we? Now, I don't really want to be messing around too much with the rig. Oh, that's why as well, because this bit shrinks in, doesn't it? So that we don't. So this bit's because this is coming in, it becomes more of a. That's why we. That's why that's fine. That's a bit off center anyway. Fingers feel too low. Right. Now, technically, let's see if this works. I want to. Reckon the model in terms. Add a loop there, a loop there, a loop there, there. Boom. 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 Grab this edge. And there we go. Now, we've got way more detail to play with on the individual fingers. Again, hands are probably the hardest part of this whole process. And I won't lie, I don't enjoy doing the hand. It's the one part of the model where I'm not that, like, I don't enjoy this part of the process. Just because hands, if they look wrong, they look really wrong. So hopefully, the only thing is I'm worried about is this shape here, but I'm wondering, can we get rid of that? Yeah, that's in another shape there. I feel like there's something to do. I feel like there's something different. That just multiplies the problem. That's the original bit. Bring those bits. Yeah, I feel like if I pull this down, give that down. And then at least I've got another shape. At least I've got another bit. That's better than before. So I'll probably want to do that then. Just so I've got that little bit of extra control at this point. Shapes. In VRC, the most up thing. Yeah, like I said, the hands are the bit that people are going to notice more than any other part. The hands come first, because obviously that's the part you see. The head, after that, still feel like something's going to go slightly off with that. Either way, this base model is going to be weird. I've had so many issues with that old base model. Whenever, like I say, whenever I've tried to like solve the issues with it, it has worked, but it's like I should have just made a new mesh a while ago because it's out there. The old one's out there by far. Don't want it. I just want it. Again, right now I'm just bothered about getting the shape right, and eventually we'll actually see where it fits on the model and whether it looks right in the current place. I'm gonna assume these are gonna look really small. Yeah, got this lump on the hand. Which that isn't really present at all. Obviously the hand comes out a little bit, but it shouldn't be like anywhere near that. Again, I'm not going to be able to talk quite as fluently because I am trying to concentrate on getting this shape. Wait, where are you? Where are you? And why are you out this far? You shouldn't actually be out that far. You should be about there. You're the edge I actually want to control. To be honest. No. Could do that. Everything there we go. Right. And now scale on my individual origins, please. Boom. And still weird. Give me a second. Right. Okay. Almost like just using your own hand is a useful reference. And the hand doesn't actually bulge up like this. The hand, I mean, it kind of bulges a little bit, but quite suspect we're gonna have to do some finagling around with this area here. I feel like that's probably gonna have to be, but other than that, in this area as well. Save my word. Osh. I'm gonna... No worries, Pulse. It's been lovely having you here. Right, so... I feel like that's went a bit off kilter now, actually, though, this bit here. Feel like... I actually want to do this. Where's this edge? Come from there. Go like that. I want that to still be bigger. Stop that. Okay, I can't have that. You know, allowed. Oh yes, because we're dealing with a loop, aren't we? Dealing with, there we go. There we go. Okay, so bring that up now. But yeah, I can still get the chicken wing on the hand, otherwise known as the thumb. And that bit of the hand actually pushes up a little bit. And boom. Hand. Now, the hand is probably far more advanced than the rest of the model at the moment. But again, the hand is one of the hardest parts to get. The head, I've left very vague because, of course, it's a base model. It could be anything. It could be a giraffe. It could be a rhino. It could be a dinosaur. This could be anything. That's the point of it. But that gives me the nice shapes to work with for that. I'm actually going to leave that there. If you're wondering where the eye will go, the eye will go pretty much somewhere around this area here. Ears, thank you. You've been updated many a time, Adobe. Can you not? Okay, and where I'd usually put the ear is in this area here. And we would just kind of like actually for Neo we might, because those ears are so big, we might actually pull them out a little bit further. But I don't normally have the ears pulled out on the base mesh because again, not everything has canine ears. Like that next one's really long. Feet are also really massive. Oh, okay. I need to kind of fix the bottom. So a lot of what I'm going to do now at this point is using the soft select. Oh. Okay, fair enough. This one. That's better. There we go. Why is it like? weird. Pulling this in. Obviously, if you couldn't tell, we are making the foot at this point. Kind of want to pull this in a little bit more. Bit on the excessive side. And yeah, so as you kind of, I'm gonna look at this bit again, and like they're kind of like weird, fully outy shapes, and we want to kind of replicate that because we want the tail to come out at this point here. Move these shapes around. Bob cam time. That's voice mode. That's not fever. There you go. There you go, chat. Oh, wait a second. Too high. There you go. Bob cam. I'm showing you the goods. There's the goods. The crowd goes wild. Whoa! And wouldn't you know it, look at this. I'm trying to make the butt cheek shake, and guess which shape and how many vertexes it is we are trying to make from it. It is 8. It is 8. Who would have guessed? Now that is a hell of a butt. Actually quite thick. Okay, that's maybe a bit too much. Reduce the plump. There we go. Ooh. A bit too high as well, actually. What I'm going to do, I'm going to break my own rule, and I'm going to pull this down. And add another one in here. Ah! 8 for the kick. And so, we've got this part here. And guess what? We've got another bit here for 8. Guess what that's gonna be? The tail. Woo. You can tell my rig is being designed around dragon. Pull that out. There we go. It's actually a really good one. 8 for the K. Okay, those legs are like twigs now. Ooh. Only problem is now he looks like he's off balance. It looks like he's like kind of slightly thrusting forwards. Don't want that, so I'm gonna pull majority of that back. Modern. Rish if I could do. Oh, I miss Vine. Good old Vine. Pectorals. The front of his body is kind of a little flat. feel like his ribcage is a little too intensive. Come back and all I see is feet. Yep, someone redeemed Paul Cam. Because of course I have that as a thing. So the thing we can use for the pectorals, we can actually also use for the shoulder blades. And look at that. A bit more topology as well around the armpit, which will come in really handy when we come to actually model that armpit. So yeah, like, but that's how we're slowly, bit by bit, getting towards a more final base model. This, you could probably, in all honesty, you could probably just save that as a base model and go off from it. But I'm going to add a bit more definition, because I usually have the same kind of definitions on arms. So, let's grab these and pull this back. This has actually turned into like a, how to make your base mesh. Grabbing them there, and then so arms. I'll usually use 2 edge loops per part of the arm to get the actual quality there. I didn't even put a timer on. Set a timer for 3 minutes. Model anatomy looks very hard. It is. Yeah, but you kind of get better. It's I hate being that kind of artist. Oh, just practice and you get better. But anatomy is kind of one of those things. The more you look at it, the more you do get. The more you kind of understand how it works. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know anatomy that well. It is actually still quite a weak point of my whole portfolio, I would say. I'd still say, yeah, it's like a bit of a weak point, but it's just like I say, it's just learn. I like cartoony styles, so of course mine doesn't have to be 100% anatomically correct. Now I'm going to be one of these people that's like, it's my style, it's right. No, if something looks wrong, it looks wrong. Doesn't matter what style it is, but I'd like to think I've got my style to a point where I can actually work with it pretty alright. Of course, there's going to be areas where it could be better, and anatomy is always one of those, but anatomy is a constant thing with art. No one ever just goes out, learns anatomy, and then comes back and then is good at anatomy. That just does not happen. Anatomy just genuinely does just come with time, practice. Just generally getting a feel for what looks good in your style, because like you don't have to be anatomically correct. It just has to look good. That's the thing about art. If it looks good and people like how it looks, does it even matter if it's not correct? I mean, hell, look at Luca, look at Pixar stuff. Are those anatomically correct? Anatomically, I should say. Nowhere. Nowhere even near. But they look about right. And that's more important. They are some. This is a chunky lad. bit of a weight lifter here. Also feel like I've really emphasized that elbow. There we go. The thing with topology as well. The arm bone connects to the leg bone. Does it? Oh, yep. Yep, you're joking. I'm an idiot. I'm terrible. I thought you were being serious there for a second. I'm like, wait, what? No. No. Yeah. Boom. Hey! The return of my beautiful face. There you are, chat. Stunning! But, yeah. Oh, Digimon. No. No. Only Paws. Only Paws continues. Okay, so those legs need a bit more girth to them. Let's give them a bit more weight. I don't want to pull that out too much. Otherwise it gets really difficult to pull later on. You love this community. Pull the paw. Exactly. I mean, if you join my Discord, there's literally a bit called Bean Zone. So, but you can show your beans. So, yeah, of course. I don't call myself a 3D furry artist for no reason. I am 100% a furry. There we go. Keep that up. I like the book straight through it. There we go. Pull it back. There we go. Yeah, that's a bit better. Cool. What we're going to do once we've got these on is I'm going to then do the next part of the base model bit, which is, and you'll see, again, I've got 3 bits per area here, just to give me enough shape to get that like overall shape out and down. And this bit's actually alright, because again, look, we've already got the topology there for this part of the foot. Which would be the ball.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Hello, Cherry Meadows. Welcome. I'm waving at you, but you can't see my face. Hello. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist, mostly working with VR chat and VC face, which is what you're seeing here, or at least you're seeing the paw part of the VC face rig. Welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. But otherwise, hope you're having a look. We are eventually going to get to the paws. Now, this is a technique I actually learned from posture check. Oh, sit cross-legged again. Keep doing it. Stop it. There we go. This is something that I learned from 2D art when I was at college. Very simple. Straight line. Straight line. Straight line. Curve. 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 Maybe that should actually be that way, but then again, no, because that's not very crucial. But yeah, straights, curves. Try and keep things on one side and the other. Do I do commissions? I do commissions, indeed. Obviously, at the moment, they are currently closed, but should be opening up on September 10th. Now I have a date. If you want any information, there's a website there at kid.art. Guess what? That's my website. And there's some details there, but obviously if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. From front, nest look. And like I said, from this bit, like... So I actually want to pull these feet in. Now again, if this is actually furry art, your feet, I kind of agree with this notion whenever people are drawing references that feet would normally kind of stick a bit outwards just due to the leg anatomy. But again, when we're dealing with VR chat, we're not dealing with, I forgot to set a timer again. When we're dealing with VR chat, we're trying to mix and match the two. It's kind of like fursuits. They're not going to be an exact copy of your Sona because some parts will be impossible to. Set a timer for 3 minutes. And so, yeah, I want to work more closely to what the rig actually does, not what is always correct. This is my approach. Maybe I'm going the wrong way about it, and maybe I should just model it correctly first and then adjust it for the rig. That could be the better method, but it's a method, and this is what works for me, and this is what I'm happy with. Okay, so that looks alright. It looks a bit feminine and it looks a bit masculine. So that's kind of what I actually want because I don't want to push it one way or the other. It kind of wants to be a bit androgynous. Now, the only thing is that this bit feels a little small. I'm actually going to increase the size of that. Now, that does pull the legs up there, but that's fine. As long as we don't pull it too far up, because this should be the navel bit around this area here. Yeah, it's too far low down now, actually. Go the other way. Pull it back up. Boom. So one last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to simply add what's called a... So to do that, I'm pressing Control and B, and then so that adds a bevel, and I'm just adding another loop in by adding scrolling up the scroll wheel once, and just adding that in there. And the knees I do slightly different. I'm gonna rip them. Actually, no. What if? No, there's a way I did. That was it. This is one where I actually want that triangle sort of thing. Boom. 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 And boom. Now, fill that out. That was weird. Now we've got the definition of a knee. Feels a bit funky. I think this is too long. That's too... This. That foot is too tall. There we go. Boom. Ha ha ha. It is over, chat. The return of the faith is nigh. It needs reset. There we go. Haha. You don't have to worry about the shapes. No, honestly, hooves are really easy to do. I actually really like doing hooves because they are so simple. I'll pull that down there, and that's what we've drawn. Square, so I want to pull these in. What I'm going to do, I'm going to cheat and just use smooth vertexes. Boom. Why go through the effort of doing it yourself when there's already tools that will do what you need doing? Now it's just a case of I'm just going to start adding a bit more smoothness to areas where it should go. Knee kind of feels a bit funky. Kid, my brother's bird one. Make kids satisfied. There you go. Got the macaroni with the chicken strip. I genuinely watch more memes these days than I do actual television. It's terrible. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Actually remembered this time. But yeah, so credit that. Now one area that I do know tends to lack is the inside of the thigh. But it's not really an area where people are going to look. So, what a great time to chat this stream. Where's that from? I don't know, it's just a meme on TikTok where it's just like Macaroni. It's just a kid that's like really excited with macaroni and cheese and chicken strip. Does there need to be much more explanation? It is a meme. Okay, I am currently modeling a base mesh, a new one. I feel like the head is actually sitting a little too far forward. Too far back, I should say. So yeah, it's like I'm actually quite happy with those hands and how they turned out. And I'm just adding bits of detail to this base mesh. Just so the thing. Now, I'm not sure about this shape here. I feel like I'm lacking enough room to move. Because we lose all of this here, right? And that's where the collarbone. Like, we haven't lost too much of it, but just because the pectoral kind of comes down here. And one thing I don't want to do, this is what I actually kind of used to try and do, which was like extrude this out. Turn clipping off for a second. Extrude that out and like make it like raw. Really? Was my old method actually right? This is where I find out all this time I've actually been. Ooh. This might not work, but if it doesn't, look at that. Now that is a puffed up chest. Ooh. Might actually give me more definition and actually a bit more to play with. Oh, you know, kind of. Oh. I don't know that. Oh no, not a quad. It's fine. If you use quads, if you use triangles, it is okay as long as you know where to go with it. But I'm kind of wondering if there's a better way of going about it. I mean, one thing we could just do to de-quad it would be... What loop? That. That just adds shape. I'll just go like that. Yeah, it's not really a quad, but it is. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Guess what shape we're using here? That one. There we go. Be gone. That actually gives us some nice definition of the colorboard as well, actually. Oh, I like that. This could prove problematic. But... oh, yeah! That's the good stuff. Hey, there we go. I can relax. Alright, timer. Thank you. Press stop. So, so how long have we been at this? We've been at this about 2 hours, and we have nearly a new base. I do feel that maybe a bit too accessible. Pectoral. Bring that back a bit. Bring it back just a little bit. There we go. I'm not too sure if this is gonna work, but Neo can be my experiment. If it doesn't, it's not too hard to bring back because it is just simply all this actually is realistically is this. Just this loop. Technically, if it dissolve that edge, it gets horrible. Hold it there. Dissolve that and then dissolve that vertex. That's what we had before. Yeah, I think. Yeah, that adds enough without destroying it too much. Oh, I have an idea. Ow! Mean! Wait, I had an idea. What was my idea? Oh, it was this, wasn't it? Pull those out. Pull that. Oh, no. Hey! Mean. Hello, Guardian the Dragon. Hope you're having a lovely day. I get to wave. Hang on. There we go. Hello. It's wave now. I'm not in Paw Cam for like 30th hour. Chat. I'm not mad at all. What am I doing? Where am I going with this topology? Head. 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 Bring it back. Bring it back to where it was. Right. So my idea was to bring this across another one and then up one. If I get rid of this bit. This bit. Yeah, my idea was to bring this along one. Oh, but then I've got to bring it along another one. And that doesn't. What am I getting wrong? I'm getting something wrong. That was it. There we go. That was what I was wanting to do all this time. And can you chat? Mean. Pobcam? Where's Pobcam? Pobcam. Set another timer for 5 minutes. God dang it. I can't escape. Can't escape your chat. There you go. You're thirsty for the good. There we go. Have a look at my modelled orbs. Okay, so you can see from what we've done there, those mean. Save my work. That's a very good call. See, I like you, Voltage Circle. Everybody else here is throwing things at me. Meanwhile, you're here in the chat, being like, you know what? I'm gonna help this guy out. You're not the kind of person to throw things at me. I am glad that somebody appreciates my thing and a posture check as well. That's actually not doing good. So again, as I was going to go over, so we've got all these principles here. Save our work again. My gosh, that was quick. And how about, rather than me go from scene to scene, let's grab JT and let's block him in the center. So you can almost see the principles that have went into that, how I then just, from this point, just refine and refine and refine until we get to this point. Must hydrate. The thumb is quite long, actually. I might shrink that thumb down. Yeah, that thumb is really long. But yeah, anyways. you can see, like I said, how I've went from these shapes and that was kind of recipe to kind of making out the base of what this character was. Now again, JT is a doggo. He didn't divulge too far from a base mesh. And if we, you know what, let's do a proper full-on comparison. Bring you back, just open, don't save, base mesh. There we go. So we're gonna have a look at those as well, because I want to compare where my old base mesh was to where this current one is. One thing that's absolutely massive. That base mesh actually went to make JT. But this base mesh eventually became him. But I mean, I'm just looking at that one, and that one's a lot simpler than this base mesh is, which is lovely. Gives me a lot more to play around with. But it's the same principles. I mean, that's basically him just subdivided. So if I go here, is it just him subdivided? No, because he's also got the A. So I actually had that much topology on the old base mesh, just sitting there. Where this has this much, which is that is an improvement. Oh, hydrate again. Just in general, that is a much bigger improvement. That is going to be a lot easier for me to work from. The fact it's already in T-pose is a real good help. But yeah, like, it's not like I couldn't get to here from here. That is him. Probably be better. So grab you, JT. Move you over this side. He came from him. Like, that model was modeled from this mesh. Obviously things were changed, like the feet have changed. I've changed how I do beans now. Like, I do beans like that now instead of like this. Which, funny enough, guess can you tell me where those beans came from? Like, the beans on my model, the beans on my rig are just these. Because guess what? The base rig was made from me. Well, it's time to stop that, but I'm talking about my beans, so I need them on the screen as an accurate descriptor. It's just fair, right? So yeah, you can see how that was done like that. I've improved and refined the method quite a lot with JT's model, which actually used a separate mesh for the beans. This is completely separate. Where on the old one, the beans were integrated. Both have the benefit and such, but generally they both work technically. Technically, no difference between either the old ones here on the screen or these ones here. But aesthetically, I think they look better, chat. I think they really look a lot nicer than they do. There's also something about Cade. Cade has a hell of a thigh gap. Look at that thigh gap there. It's pretty intense. Bean cam time is over. You have spent...
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, hello, Johnny boy. Hi, welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist primarily, mostly for VR chat and VC face, which is what I'm using here. Welcome. Hope you're having a lovely time. If you have any questions as well, feel free to ask. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm happy. I'm very happy with that. I know that looks actually a lot more basic than this one. It does. Trust me. But I think that this is going to be much more workable and mean I'll be working a lot faster. So me spending that, what, 2.5 hours modeling a new base mesh instead of trying to fight with this one. I mean, like I said, there's bits here where this part of this was never fun to work with. This entire section needs deleted. It's quite high poly already, where this one actually keeps a lot of low poly, but keeps the shape kind of there anyways. And yeah. So, I'll just go over a little bit because I'm gonna have a little break. I just need to go to the toilet and I'll just get myself an actual proper drink of water and stuff and thing. But I'm gonna go over what we've done and why we've done the bits that we have. I mean, obviously, guess what? There's now a stream to refer to if you ever want to do this yourself, and you can see me go through the whole process because I just did. But this is, like I said, this is what I hope to cover in the tutorial. This is in. I need to kind of refine the shape, but again, this is just the base mesh. So, we started off with a cube. We gave it a mirror. We then modeled out the torso, specifically the torso area, just to get it a good shape. We then added 2 edge loops across the center of the torso, and then worked from that to pull this leg out. This leg then pulled out, and then pulled out again. Then we cut this leg, and then pulled the foot down from there. Cut the foot off again, and then pulled this bit out from there. That was the foot. The shoulder blade was a bit more difficult. It was pulled from the back part of the model, and then pulled out, and then pulled out again, just to about here. We ignored the hand for the time being. Once that was all set, we then extruded the head up. We brought the head up. We then brought the head up all the way from the, brought the neck up, sorry. Then brought the head up, sliced it in half, pulled this forward. We then sliced it in 3 times this way, because this will eventually become a mouth. Ba, 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 ba. We then extruded from the side to pull this shape out, and then we did some correction up here as well. This didn't work originally. It now does. That extrusion gives us this cheekbone, so it gives us that control on that part of the shape, which means we can give him some proper cheek. Realistically, this should probably be a bit brutal. The neck's just using. Oh, the clipping's on. Why are you being weird? There we go. But yeah, like I say, it's kind of just like modeling all over the bit. So we got the head, and then we just refined the hands. The hands are difficult. That actually took pretty much most of the time just to show you how to make hands, because they are horrific. Paws. Shall I? You know what? I'm going to hold on a second for my break. I'm going to show you how I make paws. Paws are probably a little easier, at least on the how we actually go about doing it. So, generally, with the toes, just want to make it kind of like that sort of shape. Grab the bottom bits and pull them out ever so slightly. There we go. We want to grab a loop here. And then I'm going to deselect all of these. Now, should be... Oh, wait a second. I need to deselect the inside. Oh, no, wait a second. I need those. Sorry. That bit I need. There we go. Oh, no, wait. Oh, I have to do it. There we go. I'm going to pull them out like that. I'm going to grab this and pull it in. This. And I'm going to grab these edges here. No. Pull them out. And then pull them out. Towards the bottom. And then this needs to be pulled out a little bit more as well, otherwise they're looking a little flat and square. you now have. Oh. At least in the style that I do them. Obviously, I do them very, very stylized, so there is that to deal with. But yeah. Only thing I would recommend is see how this this kind of feels stretched. This kind of feels like it's on an angle. Like these two. So probably try and pull these forward a little bit. Ow! Mean. Neo! I'm about to make your sauna and you're like, why you bully me? Why you have to be mad? It's only fair. Gotta spend the time modeling the goods, right? There we go. And like I say, you'll see how they kind of turn into them. Boom! Look at that. Now, for a nude kid, where do you want to see that? Save my work and do a posture check. So, for the claws are actually really simple as well. Once you've got this in place, what up if I actually was able to see what we're doing? There we go. Grab one of these bits and then duplicate it. Pull it out. Add your little shit. Add a little edge loop in here by pressing Ctrl R and add an edge loop. And I'll go over all these tools in that tutorial that I'm going to be doing as well. So don't worry if you when I'm saying these specific tools, you'll have seen if you've been here for most of the time. Or if you're just following us, welcome. But if you've been here for a while, you'll have seen that I actually don't use many tools. I only really use extrusions, loop cuts, movements, and scale. I barely use rotations. And the only thing that I tend to play around with a lot is this 3D cursor. And then the 3D cursor, and then bits like this. What's this? So this one here. When I press full stop, as you see down there, full stop, I get this menu up here, and there is 3 that you would want to use. Let me explain what these are, just in case people don't know. So, I've got 2 cubes. 2 cubes. I'm currently on median point. If I hit scale, they will scale to where is the middle of them. I'm going to switch that over now to individual origins. And now when I hit scale, they scale independently. Last one I tend to use a lot as well is 3D cursor, because now if I scale down to the 3D cursor. Most of the time, I'll be on medium point though. Learning how to use these, you can use active element and bounding box center, but usually these 3 are the ones that you'll switch between.
Nice one, my furry friend.
If you learn how to deal with those, you will be able to do quite a significant amount of modeling. And that's pretty much it. Loop cuts, extrusions, scale and grabbing, and then moving stuff about. Eventually, we'll get to a few other things. We might use the knife tool at some point, but I would recommend not using the knife tool unless you are very certain of how your topology is going to flow. Like, that is one piece of advice, because I used to abuse the knife tool when making models. Oh, I've got a try there, and I'll draw a line around it, and then it won't be a try anymore, right? Great. But it destroys your loops if you're not careful. So that would be my one piece of advice there. Now, I'm just going to go away for like 2-3 minutes. I shan't be long. What we're going to do, we're going to save this, and then we're going to actually start modeling Oh, wait a second. I never actually showed this bit. Sorry. I'm going to show the claws first. Claws are easy. We grab that. We make it. Guess what? 8. Select it all. Extrude. And extrude a bit longer. Scale this bit down. Scale this bit down. Pull this back. Oh, hang on. Hang on. That's not what I wanted. Go. Pull that there. Scale that up. And then I just want to rotate. It is me saying I don't use rotate that often, but this is one time where I actually do want to use it. That bit. There we go. You rotate that a lot, and then pull that down. And boom. You now have a claw. A very wonky claw. There we go. Scale that down. Pop that in. Boom. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab that again and pop that there. That one a little smaller. And now I want them to be the same on this side. So guess what? This is where this where that tool comes in useful. So if I now snap a cursor to selected, so it's in the middle, and I now grab this one and this one, 3D cursor, scale. Oh, Control D to Shift D to duplicate, and then Shift S -1. I'm going to flip the normals afterwards, just to make sure that's right. Boom, there we go. And pause. Remove the hidden faces. Shush you. There are no hidden faces. Look, backface sculpting's on. Tell me where the hidden faces are. You can't. Right. Done. Oh. There's hidden faces in the claws. Where is the hidden face? Where's the hidden? No, I don't want to remove them because I want to keep them so that when I do... Like, you don't have to remove them because whenever it comes to the subdivision, it becomes a lot harder to manage it. Remove it after the subdivision fall. Then you get better management of it that time. Actually gonna make them a bit bigger. I like my big claws. Oh, see, I'm scaling on medium point. We don't want that. Individual origins. We want that. There we go. These might be pointing a little too far out. Oh no, it's not perfectly symmetrical anymore. Oh no. Right. Now I actually need to go to the break because I get a bit thing. So I'll be back in just a moment. I have returned with a message. I'm Dragon. Paul, you behave in the chat. Ban you. Right, so. Got a bit of an egghead, hasn't he? Are you sure you're daring us? That's a dangerous thing to do. Right, right. What a... Oh, God. Okay, I didn't notice that. Oh, a bit of a pear-shaped head. Oh, no. Don't throw something at my head. Oh, no. No. Haha. Thank you. Oh, ow. Bin. Give me a second. Bosh. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Right. I feel like a good you. Another little bit of, just so that's not stretching out quite as badly. I actually need to go fight inward. It's fine. Oh, we maybe need some more. I know. Oh, let's try. And that just gives us a bit. I don't like how this goes in now, though. You almost made me panic there with the temple triangle. Sorry. I've got to do it to you. There we go. In his true form. This is the true form. You can't deny this. This is what all 3D models become in a game engine. Triangles. But yeah, let's not commit war crimes on my chat. I'm just tweaking at this point. I should probably stop tweaking because again, this is a base model. The whole point of it is that it's meant to just be edited from this point. This isn't a this is by no means anything that would be, you know, technically complete. I feel like he's too tall. Like his legs seem too big. I'm gonna ignore conventional wisdom of, you know, use anatomy. I don't like his long legs. I don't like it doing that. Stop it. Behave. I'm gonna make him a little shorter. A little bit stumpier. Them a little bit inwards. I feel like this is too flat. pubs. You like them what? Another thing on here. Right, anyways. Unless they use voxels. True. How many games actually use voxels though? Like, let's be real. So I feel like there's something off. Something doesn't quite hit right. I think the hips do right. Oh, bush. Paws the horizon user. Ball. No. Right, tear down in Minecraft are the ones I'm aware of. Love the bean. I'm glad you do, RP. I'm glad you do. Mean. Don't be mean. A soft, gentle boy. I'm not sure how this is gonna work when we can. Well, there's issues with my old one. Chunky legs. Pull that forward just ever so slightly. Oh, they're too chunky. There we go. That's kind of feeling a little better. God, his feet massive. Oh. Come on, scale that down. Just that. Just there. My hunt for bamboo is going poorly. I knew a red. Do red pandas eat bamboo? I thought red pandas just. What do red pandas eat? What even are red pandas? They are a mysterious. I don't understand them. Explain to me what red pandas actually are, other than pandas that are red, because I kind of assume. They do. Oh. Something between a ferret and a beauty. Red pandas are beautiful creatures. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love them. They're so cute. I love regular pandas though. How are regular pandas alive? I love watching with my partner like videos of just like them, like zookeepers just attempting, not even doing, just the pure attempt of trying to look after these pandas, and they're just like they have a death wish or something, because they're just like, I'm just gonna climb this tree. It doesn't matter that I'm probably gonna fall off and like flop onto the ground. I am climbing tree. They have death wish, I swear. They can also eat eggs and chicken. Chimkin, no, specifically chimkin, not just chicken. Why is this camera so low? There we go. Maybe it's just because I can talk, but while I'm obviously modeling, I can't really show my hands, can I? Pandas are actually carnivores. Ah, is that true? I'm a very gullible person. You can probably tell me anything. I'll probably believe it. I feel like a one. What do you want for your birthday, Timmy? I want edge loops. Okay, Timmy, we'll see if we've got the edge loops for you. Edge loops. That's how Timmy became a hedge fund manager. He did. His mum didn't actually understand. I feel like it's still too mechanical. This like connection point here. I feel like that needs to blow a little. Hello, Johnny boy. Hello. Red pandas. Oh. Oh, I love it when things. Sorry, pandivore is an omnivore. I suppose panda would be an omnivore, wouldn't it? Carnivore would have to be only would eat, given that they eat bamboo. Obviously, not a meat eater. It's not like this edge being like. There we go. Now, oh gosh, now the feet look really out of proportion. I just don't like the legs. There's something about how I've done the legs that I'm just... Oh, the feet are still too tall. That is really tall. Get this old one out of the way. Actually see what I'm doing. Oh! Dave? Squished his head. Don't think he appreciated that. Right. Oh, okay. Oh, so that's how I squished his head. I had one singular thing open. There we go. Like I said, this is all just a base mesh. Now, I maybe spend a bit more time on it than I probably should, because to be fair, we could just start modeling Neo from it. But I think tonight, sorry Neo, but I think I want to get this base mesh kind of sorted, so that when we come to it, probably tomorrow, I can just get away and start modeling. There's one bit that I'm missing like a bit of definition on this part of the chart. You can see how we've started to add quite a few of these edge loops.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, hello, Ultimate G1. Hi, I'm Cade. I'm a Furry 3D artist, mostly dealing with VR chat and VC face, which is what I'm using right here. Welcome. Hope you're having a lovely day, and if you have any questions at all about 3D, feel free to ask, and I will do my best to answer. Otherwise, hope you're having a lovely day. There's his love handles. Oh, the legs were a bit too far forward. I think that might be hard. Yeah, they were a bit too far forward. Okay. The thing is, I don't really have much control over the pelvis area, really. But
Nice one, my furry friend.
hello, Bulletin. Hi, welcome. Yeah. I'm a. Yeah, there you go. That's your introduction. I'm not dealing with it. No. Hi, I'm Cade. I'm a Furry 3D artist. I mostly do VR chat and VC face related content. But yeah, I hope you have a lovely day. And if you have any questions at all, feel free to ask. And yes, we are remaking a base model because my old one was a bit limited. It was starting to limit me in quite a few different ways. Like the head was very sort of, look how far the eyes come forward. So I'm just literally redoing this base model, just so that I can use better topology and better techniques. Like I was trying to be smart here, it just didn't work. So we're just simply, although I do need a bit more topology around this. That's it. I kind of want to tear this bit away a little. Add another edge. Oh, but how are we doing that without wrecking it? I mean, we could just simply add another bevel, but I feel like I want a bit more than a bevel. That at least gives us a bit more. You're also a 3D artist as well? Oh, that's cool. I love 3D art. I find it's weird. I find 3D art more liberating than perhaps like 2D art is for me personally, just because if the thing with 2D art, right, is if you draw a face and that face looks wrong, you've kind of got to draw it again. And then again. And then again. And then again. Like, you can't reuse a bit of it. I find 3D, once you get to use the tools, is so much more liberating because you can see here, if something doesn't look right, I just keep playing with it. And then I'll go and do something else, and then I come back and I'm like, oh, this looks wrong now. Oh, I'll just tweak it. I really like that back and forth that 3D allows. Not saying that obviously 3D is superior or anything like that, sort of, beat. But just, yeah, just... I'm liberated by it. Liberation. Sure, if we keep being on this poly. This needs to be up here like that. That's there. So that also does kind of work because the pectoral does get all the. I feel like maybe I'm just trying too hard. Just have a new base in there. Oh, that topology. Ooh. Save my work. Let me see what we can figure out. No. This. Okay. So the one bit in there then goes around the top. What's my accent? It is Northern British. Like that's kind of as much as I can say. It's like in the north. North, remember. Although my memory is absolutely awful, I swear. Some people... Oh, gosh. I'm just recreating the exact same topology I just had. Am I? No, I am actually... No, that's a try. And that makes people cry. Although... See, that's putting a lot of reliance onto that poly. Oh, wait a sec. Delete that edge. And I've just went and remade the exact same topology that I had in the first. Right, okay. I don't think there's much else I can do with that. Right, moment of truth. Here's where we see it go all horrific. Oh. Definitely. Why are you like... Ooh. Oh! Oh gosh. Bit of foot destruction.
Nice one, my furry friend.
There we go. Hello, I'm a legitimate promise. I'm a legit I promise. Hello. Welcome. Hi, kid. What is your advice on... Oh, sorry. Yeah, hi. I'm Kid. I'm a furry 3D artist. I mostly work in VR chat and VC face models. And yeah, if you have any questions at all, legit promise, feel free to ask. Otherwise, hope you have a lovely day. What's your current advice on trying to replicate clothing from an image, trying to do the sci-fi hoodie and not doing right? So, clothing is horrible. I'm not gonna lie. You'll notice a lot of the clothing I do tends to be simple or simplified. In all honesty, unless the model looks really, really realistic, I would say it's a better idea to capture what that piece of clothing is going for in its theme, as opposed to recreating it exactly how it is. Famuki's model, this one had a jacket and stuff. Oh, no worries, Fiery Truth. You have a lovely, lovely night. Come on, Sketchfab. There we go. Famuki, for example, had an outfit. I wish I probably still have the image of it somewhere, but they had an outfit. And I basically I kind of just interpreted what they meant by the outfit wearing. Like, there's some bits that are captured, like the belts going across, because those were important details. But details on the leg and these patterns and stuff and all that, it was just drawn on. Same with the jacket. The jacket, I only had like a very rough idea of what they wanted. And so I kind of just went for like the main parts of it. But, I mean, I don't really tend to do realistic styles and stuff for obvious reasons. Everything seems to be like cartoony that I do. That's like cartoons. I really like cartoons. Look at them. But yeah. Or just do what Nasty Soak says and just don't bother with clothes and go naked. Or susak. That's it. Whoa, that's a view to come back to. There we go. Oh, what's happened at the end of the tail? Oh, I know what's happened at the end of the tail. It tried to smooth it all out, didn't it? That's what it's done. Get it. Get control. Get everything gone. There we go. Bring it all back. There you go. There you go. Right. Wait. Like I said, this is the hard part about the base mesh. I'm like kind of going off what I just want my models to kind of have a theme around or like look like. Don't like how brutal that is. Gotta hydrate, posture check, and save my work. I mean, it depends, like, when people say don't do clothing, a lot of it comes down to, like, the rigging side of it that people don't want to do. The actual modeling side, it's kind of... Imagine how the piece of clothing was made. Like, how it kind of all goes... And I'm talking a bit wet here. I'm not gonna lie. Because, again, I don't tend to do more complicated clothes. But if I was going to do it, I'd kind of approach it from the idea of, like, well, how does this thing go around the person's body? how do they put it on? And then kind of try and imagine myself flattening it out and imagining what the topology would be as it was flat, and then how it would wrap around. What bits would be what bits would have detail in, what bits wouldn't have detail in, stuff like that. Again, it's me talking a little wet because I mean, look, I'm wearing a tank top. It's not exactly the hardest thing to model, but that's kind of, if I was going about it, that's kind of what I would do. Yeah, and I mean, there you go. You can even see from the base model, like, even though that's a better version than that, and even just the head shape in general is gonna be a lot easier to use. I've got the hands attached, but I've got other ones and stuff. You want to see the hoodie I'm trying to replicate? Yeah, go on then. Cloth sewing sim gets pretty good results. It does, but see, at least for me specifically, I don't want, and this is maybe me being a bit difficult, but I don't want the program to calculate a lot for me. I kind of like the idea that a lot of my work is hand done. Yeah, just pop it in the art thing server. Which, by the way, guys, if you're not in the Discord, there is a Discord where I announce streams and VR chat meets. Because I do meetups as well. I don't just make the models; I actually have a chat. But yeah, like, it's a difficult one. There's no real thing. Bosh. But yeah. Oh, thank you, Leonidas. You had a good one. Right. Why is my arm in my head? That's significantly painful, leap motion, and that's not what's happening right now. Post it in 2D arts. Give me one more. Oh, okay. So it's, oh, so I get it. So it's like quite a loose fitting thing, but it also sits. See, that artist has cheated. That's one of the reasons why you're probably struggling with that. There's no reason those like the front part of it should sit up and above the arms of the guy, unless it's like anti-grav or something. Like, to me, it seems like he's sitting down, but the jacket looks like it's got some sort of like motion to it. But it's weird. I don't know how that would. I would struggle myself going to attack that. I'll put it that way. Which, that's what we're looking at, by the way. It's a bit like, yeah. Like I say, it's like this. It's good. I love it, but like the form of the body comes here, and then this like kind of gets bigger towards the end. Yeah, I would struggle with that myself. You've also got this. You've also got the hoodie itself, which kind of pokes up. Yeah, not the easiest thing to deal with. But like, yeah, like, difficult. May just do a sketch of how I went. Yeah, I would probably convert that, because that artist, while has made a beautiful piece of art, it is actually really nice. It just, from a 3D perspective, when you're trying to break it down, you're gonna have to use a lot of imagination to get that to work. I am very dubious of this area. Very dubious of it. Because that's how JT's work. That's how I got his work. Which wasn't perfect either, because we've got like random loops that go all over the place. Like, look at that loop. That is delicious. But yeah, I feel like that because there's no smoother edge there. I think what I want to do is that's causing me to bother, right? No, because I'm going back how I used the older model work, and I don't want that either. Just thinking, I'm like redoing old mistakes. Also, don't really have any shoulder there. that. Again, because I'm not going for realistic and stuff. I'm a furry, yeah, that's what we're making. Now he floats above the floor, so he needs to be brought down a level. There we go. Gotta do it. Whenever people have characters without belly buttons, it just does not look right. Bit aggressive, but that's a hell of an aggressive belly button. There we go. Or as it should be known, navel. If you have 4 ears, do you hear better? No, they actually, technically, he hears really loudly. The reason he's got big eyes as well is because it's quite a foggy planet he comes from. So everything's foggy and it's hard to see. So he's got big eyes to see it all and hear through it all. Right. I don't know if there's much else I really want to add to this base mesh, because everything after this point kind of becomes specific to that character. I mean, even the tail's quite specific to a character, but I think the feet are still too long? Yeah, too long. There we go. And now, importantly, again, because it's for VR chat, boom, is maybe needs his head pulled a little forwards a little, actually. Boom. Is that why you need to use glasses? No, the glasses are just a vanity thing. They're also bisexual. Literally, they're actually the bisexual flag. One side's blue and one other side's purple. For reasons unknown to man. Not that, you know. This ain't just an LGBT plus Q plus stream for no reason. But yeah, so I want to see the blue boy putting in the hood. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at your art in 3D. Oh, that's pretty cool. That is really cool. I like the muscle definition. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Sorry there. There we go. That was what I wanted to do. Yeah, I like that. I like that sculpt a lot. Nice, like, hair definition, nice eyes and stuff. Really like that. Sculpt to retopo. Yeah, like I said, sculpting has a lot of advantages over this. Like I say, you can see now, one of the disadvantages with this method, which sculpting does avoid. I have to think while I'm modeling. I mean, I've kind of broken it down myself by doing base models the way I do them. But when it comes to box modeling characters, the difficulty is that you're dealing with the shapes and the technical part of the model at the same time, and both of them rely on each other to work well. When it does work well, it's really efficient, it's really quick, and it looks pretty decent. The only issue is getting it working well. That's the hard part. Because with sculpting, you sculpt out the character. You don't have to think about how is this elbow gonna connect to this part of the body, or how's the head gonna twist when this bit of the neck's down here. You don't think like that. You just think, neck look like this. Sculpt that specific thing. So sculpting is great for that. And then you come in afterwards and then start thinking about, okay, so now I've got the model. Now I need to think about the topology and layer it all on and make it all work really nicely. It is the industry way. It's the way most models are made nowadays. That's like if you go to university, that's how they're like teaching you. Sculpt first, then topologize, then texture, and then for everything from there. Because your sculpt gives you your normal maps, displacement maps. You can have like a lot of other things. Did I just say pray? No, university. Probably my accent was like university, something like that. But you know. But yeah, it's kind of like you get what I'm kind of meaning. It's the way I model, which is box modeling, a really old-fashioned way. There are limitations. For example, I don't get to use normal maps on this because this is the highest poly version of the model. If I'm going to make it higher poly, it actually smooths detail out. Doesn't help. Now you can argue, oh, but you could sculpt over the top of it, and there's parts of it that I'm going to start trying to do that with. For example, I might want to try and like emulate a bit more floof over the body and the legs. So like I might start drawing that on, but still it's things like musculature and stuff I can't really get. But yeah, like just there's disadvantages, there's advantages. I like my method because it's what I'm comfortable with. I've done it for like 6 years now, and I've done characters with it for about 2.5. So I'm very comfortable with how box modeling works, but sculpting, you do get a lot more definition through it. There is one thing though that I do kind of find with people, not everyone, but I do sometimes think that when you see sculpts, because people are more attempting to get it to look realistic or closer to a style, I find that some people, when they're sculpting, lose any essence of style. It looks like a thing, and it looks great for that, but it doesn't. I don't know. This is just entirely me with a hot take. It's probably wrong, but I don't know. I just find that with box modelers, because you're so limited, you kind of find your own little techniques and stuff. Where I do find some sculpts, when it goes to the realistic side of things, it's technically impressive, but I find it just, yeah, there's somewhere I see, and I'm like, wow, that is actually really cool. For example, Jacob Olbrick, he sculpts his models and then retopologizes them. His have got style, his have got that pizzazz, like he's got a very solid definition with it. But then again, this might not be anything to do with the methods. This might just literally be, hey, some artists do it this way, some artists do it that way. I've always been way more on the stylistic side of things. I've always enjoyed that. But I find, like I said, just sculpting, because your brain knows that it can make it more accurate to life, it does. So it doesn't. It's the whole, creativity and technical limitations kind of go hand in hand. Because I'm so limited with how I can work with topology, I've worked that into my own style. I know others have as well. Like, because I'd like to think I have a style. I mean, obviously there's things like, for example, how I tend to do. There's things that are obvious. For example, how I usually tend to do quite large actual paws. I used to do really thin legs as well. That's not. But like, I don't want to say like I am a stylistic god and know everything. I don't, of course not. And there are many artists that sculpt as well that make really good things. For example, Guiltless Gans. If you've ever seen Guiltless Gans stuff, which you might have if you follow me on Twitter, because I retweet his stuff every now and again, or their stuff, I should say. They do really, really good sculpts with a lot of style. Like, so it's not I don't want to be like, when I'm thinking about it now, it's probably more just because sculpting lets you kind of do a lot more. You're not limited as much, so you probably don't have to think about what you want your style to achieve due to technical limitations, and more so just do it because you can make it look real. And that's my little take. Still, Any artist doing art, absolutely doesn't matter whether I like the style or not. I massively respect. It's like, you know, it takes a ton of work to make anything look good. Because like I said, so how long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for about 3.5 hours now. If somebody watches
Nice one,
stream,
my furry friend.
like Just Carry here. Hello, Just Carry. Welcome. I'm Kid. I'm a 3D artist. I mainly do furry stuff for VR chat and VC Face, which is what I'm using here. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And yeah, have a lovely day. But yeah, like, I mean, style is an art thing. Again, someone could follow this VOD for 3.5 hours and try and recreate the exact thing I've got here. They likely won't get something exactly the same, even if I have topology. And I know that. I've given this base mesh to a couple of other artists in the past and seen what they make with it. And they make stuff that looks massively different to what I have. It's just like I say, because style is kind of your mind's eye as well as just what you can literally put down into the scene. It's looking snazzy for a base model. I just like how he doesn't have thin ass legs anymore. Although I do like the crotch definition a bit more on that one. This one doesn't seem to really have that. Maybe need to put another edge loop down the center, which we can afford, to be honest. Yeah. Wait, what's that loop? That is a bad loop. Where's that? Oh, it's here. Alright. Can I cheat? Can I cheese this? I know exactly how I could cheese this. Okay, get rid of you. You're going to be an issue. Me? Other artists like this, and then me makes a very bad mistake with a loop. This one here. And that actually needs this extra space in, so... Wait, why am I doing that? What I could just do? Turn clipping off. Break him apart! Grab that. Bring it in. Turn clipping on. Let's turn proportional editing off. Okay, we're gonna have to do a bit of reforming, but I completely forgot about that extra edge down the middle. He's got a gaping hole in his torso. Poor lad. Recreate the navel. Bum, bum, bum. Oh gosh. Oh! Ow! Ooh! Oof! Ow! Oh, painful. My gosh, kid. Kid, you've broken it. What have I done here? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Pull that across. Not that way, that way. There we go. Get it in good form first. There we go. Ow! Me! Just Carry. Just want to have a look at what you're working on because we're a total beginner. Hi! Well, if you're a total beginner, welcome. If you have any questions at all, literally ask, because I like helping people, especially like yourself, who don't know anything. Like, because this is intimidating. All of this interface, it is really intimidating. Really intimidating. So if you have any questions, honestly ask away. I want to... Once you know what you're doing with this, it's not scary. You don't know what you're doing with this, it is terrifying. Right. Those legs are way too far apart now. any question, as long as it's like 3D-ish and it's not going to take me 5 days to explain. I start streaming, I'm like, hour 22. Cade's still trying to explain how to sculpt beans. There we go. See, I wanted that extra shape. I know that's a bit on the thing side, but we are making a male, so I want that crotch definition there. Just so I've got it to play with in case we want it. And that's a bit too sharp, sir. Move. There we go. Just way more control, which makes it a lot easier to deal with. Back across the head. Maybe still a little wide. Ow! Sink it in, pull it in. Oh, wait a sec. Grab all of it. There we go. Shrink it in, pull it in. Pull that out. There we go. Well, I'm doing. What's the best way to reduce taxes while trying to figure out my? So yeah, get good. I actually agree with him. Fall. Thank you. Once I actually agree with you. Just get good. That's the answer. Hey, you want to learn 3D stuff? Get good. Just don't be a scrub. That is a much better base model though than that. That is so much. I'm happy with that. I'm not even gonna lie. Pretty happy with that. What we've got. But all I know is how to scrub. Well, tough. Still got massive paws, but I like massive paws. The last thing. So, we've got about 20 minutes left. What is missing, chat? It's missing them. It's important that we have beans. Look, my tail wiggles. So, I'm getting a free bean cam. Because we are modeling beans. So, beans also fairly easy to actually model. Did I duplicate that twice there? No, I didn't. Separate the beans. Choose to pee anyways. Oh well, there we go. I've got to have at least 5 minutes of beans. Set a timer for 5 minutes. And there we go. So, beans, honestly, I mean, really? You think these are actually that hard to model? Wrong way. Think they're that hard to model? Fails to model them. I actually make them a little bigger as they come out now, and then smaller as they come in. Ooh. There we go. There we go. One bean. Oh, that way. That way, Blender. Now, right now it looks a bit silly, but once this actually has a subdivision on, let's have a little play. Blender. Blender, thank you. That actually needs to be... I'm gonna grab that, grab this. go to individual origins, I'm actually going to make these bigger. When we actually apply the subdivide as well, we'll pull the middle bits of the foot out. It does look a little flat at the moment. That will be rectified. Obviously, once it's all smooth. What? Oh, wait, what's happened here? Oh, we definitely have some work to finish off. Hang on. Why is that looking so sharp? Oh wait, does that need to be above the line? No. It was... Still got a lot of work to do with this base model, I think. Okay, so, what's happening here? Hello? There we go. I like it. Okay. I mean, that's like I say, it's very generic face. Oh, hello. That's the end of both the thing. So, actually, one thing I'm wondering is how do you get both? Use references, but there's also a couple of references in this scene which we don't currently see. Where have they gone? Here. Oh wait, it's like the more that the blender's added, and I keep hotkeeying into it. I keep getting how to do it. But basically, that. Generally, get yourself, when you actually, even if you're doing furry stuff, get yourself an actual human anatomy sheet to compare it to. It doesn't need to line up to it exactly. Nor do the proportions themselves have to be exact, like one-to-one from that to there. What you want this sheet for is specifically just to see how proportions actually are all together, and then from there you can make choices. You can choose to change things. For example, like I say, with the legs, I've chosen to make this part of it a little shorter than it is anatomically correct. That's because I wanted to grab this part out. Be a bit more there. Boom. One. another bit there, just so I can keep a bit more of that shape. It's all well and good. Now this bit. Oh. I know some people like wide thighs like that, but I don't want that on my basement. That's not the style I want. Fine if you like it. There we go. Bit weird. Giving him a thigh gap again. I'm terrible for giving people thigh gap. Where? Where? Also feels like this leg's kind of acted up. What a time to come in for the beans! Protect the thickness. No, we remove thickness wherever it's not wanted. Thickness is to be eliminated. Oh, I forgot his navel. Where? Bit too. Oh, don't want that eaten. Maybe, you know, just a little too aggressive. There we go. Bit aggressive. Hey, put yourself. Oh yeah, I forgot. There he is. There you go, chat. Hi. My stream now. Oop. Okay, back to a normal position. Right. I don't like this line. I feel like something's a bit too. Ow. Mean. I feel like this is too aggressive. I actually quite like how I did it on the other one. Oh yeah, but like, there you go, chat. Observe the beauty of trying in their natural habitat. There's one here. Let me really annoy you by showing you that this could have just came out like this, and then this, and then this. That's what it could have been, chat. That. But instead, I chose a dark path. I chose that path. I mean, it worked for what it needed to do. But yeah, I think the shape I can get, I just feel like it needs a bit of work. To be honest, when I'm looking at it from the side, it's kind of on the right sort of track. That kind of comes. But oh, I need to be careful because Paws clicking. Oh. Spending a lot of time on the book, but I want it looking good. Because of this Hugo, this poly here, I feel like this was nice. Weird. I'm not too keen on this shape here. I don't do that. No reason to do it. Just relax it out. And then I like the shape when I just relaxed it out. It's almost like that would have been the solution in the first place. Okay, well, I think we have ourselves a pretty nice new base model. Oh wait, I forgot to finish the beans. No. Read out the wrong language. Oh. There we go. Let's give them 9 times the detail. Oh no, wait a second, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Oh. No. Oh no. No, no, no. Individual origins. There you go. That toe feels. Oh right, okay, yeah. Because I need to fix them once the subsurf's applied to the model. Right. So. Oh, now everything works again. Sweet. And now he's too small. Oh god, he's really small. Oh no, 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 no. Do it again, Alan. Don't make his legs feel too long. Then again, I usually do bring this up. What's happened here? Oh, 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 oh. Give him that. Thing up. Don't want them to do that. There we go. Okay. Do you already parent the model to the rig? No, I'm just using the rig because this rig is one that I've used quite a lot, and I've got to a point where I'm fairly comfortable using this rig. I've just used that as a guide. It's not actually. I mean, if we were to. Nothing's stopping us. I'm gonna get rid of these. Hands aren't going to be rigged properly, but just to kind of give us an idea. Boom. Tail's a bit all of it. Oh yeah, because there's like no detail in the tail at all. Yeah, tail's not going to work. But yeah, you can see there how the base model already works relatively okay with that rig. Like, obviously it's not perfect. Like, this bit would definitely need. Oh, wait a sec. Probably bring this up anyways, because I always bring it up at every point anyways. There we go. But yeah, like obviously there'd been more weight painting needed and stuff to get this all working pretty well. He left his beans behind. There's no beans for him. But yeah, like you can see there how it mostly works alright already. Big one. We do get a bit of shoulder pinch still, but we'll probably cancel that out. Hi, chat. But yeah, funny enough, he will go on. So I'll go over. I want to go over because I'm kind of getting towards the end of the stream now. We are going to be closing up here because we're at the 4-hour point. So at the when I first started the stream, I was just going to go. I'll just make Neo because I was kind of hoping to leave the base mesh until after I'd completed the latest commissions. But when I brought it into the scene and I've had a look at it, I just felt it's time. It's done its job. It has been a brilliant base mesh, but my skills have kind of went a bit beyond where this was. And the amount of work it would have taken to edit this mesh, I might as well have just made a new mesh and shown everybody on stream how you go about doing that as well. So yeah, this stream, if you actually catch the VOD of this, the whole thing goes from a cube to this. This looks boring at the minute, obviously. There's no actual character to it. There's no bits to it. Look at long legs. I think that's just the SDK though. I think we just have to deal with that. Although I could pull it down a little bit and play around with it. But this whole stream goes over how we went from a cube to that. In about 4 hours as well, which is actually not too bad considering I just keep talking my head off half the time. So, yeah. That is pretty decent. Again, the head's undefined. I actually wanted it more undefined than that one because I felt like that was starting to limitate me. It was funny because I was ended up deleting the eyebrows and like re-adding them in a bit lower down and adding more to like I would fight so much with this model. It's just time just to make one very, very simple. The hand mesh, I'm actually quite happy with that. I will see how that works in VR chat though, because that will be, again, it'll be a big thing. And obviously that's a more human-y style hand than the typical ones that I've got, which are these ones, but I feel like they need reshaped. I'm not too keen on the shape of these ones, actually. I feel like something's a bit off with them ones. But that hand, actually, considering I was making it on stream and I'm like, I might not like this one, I actually kind of don't mind how that hand looks. Yeah. So, that leg's kill. This whole section's killing me because I quite liked it on this old one. I think it actually does need. I think you might be right, chat. Actually, I think we do actually need to preserve the thickness. There we go. Just there we are. Perfect. I need to work around with it. Is it just that the button needs to be? Oh, that's weird. But I do want. Oh. It's this section, it kind of comes in a little bit wrong. Feel too noodly to me. Like the bottom of it feels fine. Just something about the proportions here just feels a bit off. That's amateur. why don't we just, like, you know, use the thing that we've actually got and allow us to saying to use? Bit better. I think it's just the shape. It's because I obviously added this in and I'm a bit like things. Long, I know, he has got really long. I think I'm going to bring that down. I know that's going to, like... Then again, this part here can go about here. So if I pull all that down... Yeah, that feels a bit better. Because I like the shape of this old one, it's just the topology in certain areas. And if we hide JT's actual. I like how the old one looks in that sort of regard.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, hello, Twitch Authority number 20244. Hi, I'm Cade. I'm a 3D artist, mostly dealing with furry stuff in VR chat and VC face. And hi, welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. So yeah, messed that up. Yeah, welcome. Welcome to be here. There we go. Pull that in. Why is those normals one for you? That's but get under control. There we go. There, I'm happy with that now. There we are. I mean, we'll actually start, like I said, next stream, next time we come back. I'm going to save this base mesh, and I might play around with it a bit off stream. But just to get some bits, there's something wrong with the legs. I want the legs to be a bit... I want them to be thick, but don't want the thighs to be thick. Like, if you know what I mean. I want them to feel beefy. They feel a bit not beefy. I think I just need them all vertex. Oh. I think it literally is all. No, don't you clip. Nah, we'll figure it out. Might figure out the rest of it on stream next time, actually. See something about this shape here. Pull it out. Oh, there we are. Oh, it was that part of the model. Feels like he's on his tippy toes, which is actually kind of what we want, because the digigrade, like. Bring the knee down just a little bit. Oh yeah, because we've now brought the overall bit down. That actually makes more sense, because then that fits more comfortably to where the legs should actually be. Right, boom. Saved. So, yeah, that's what we went through. So we've got the base, we went from cube to this. That's pretty impressive for like 4 hours, to be honest. A good... Oh, if I ever do that 12-hour speed run, it's like I'm probably gonna have to use a base model, because imagine doing all that for 4 hours. Then again, I think if I'm doing the speed run, I'm probably not actually gonna respond to like the chat and stuff. I'll probably just be focused on actually making the model. But yeah, we've got a base model. We now want to get that all sorted and ready for when we come back next time and we actually start sculpting Neo out of him. We have these big ears, big face. The forked tongue is going to be interesting. Big bits, big floof. Chonky boy. And yeah, so thank you for coming to the stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've learned something from it. If you want, obviously I have a Twitter, Kdart, if you would like to follow me there. That's where I post a lot of stuff, but to be fair, I post a lot of garbage there as well. There's a Discord in the thing before, down below, where you can see when I go live or when I'm doing VR chat meets. And yeah, generally just this was a lovely stream, and I hope you had a lovely time too. So I'm gonna see if because I forgot to do this yesterday. I want to see if there's anyone we want to raid, because I completely forgot and just ended the stream entirely, didn't we? Aha, I know someone we can raid. Give me one moment, and we're going to raid somebody else doing art. I'm going to quickly check what art they're doing, make sure it's suitable. Then again, it's on Twitch, isn't it? It's got to be. So, I am terrible when it comes to this stuff. Go to there. There we go. So, chat, yeah, once again, thank you for joining me. Hope you had a lovely night or a lovely day, whatever it is you're doing. And let's leave some beans on camera while we go and raid another artist. That's not beans, that's a bat. I mean, it's close to a bean, but not exactly what I was after. So, raid channel. And let's go raid this pet. Bye, chat.